Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. Dusk settled over the Commonwealth like a gentle blanket, painting the wasteland in soft hues of amber and rose. The harsh edges of ruined buildings softened in the fading light, their broken silhouettes transforming into almost peaceful sculptures against the darkening sky. A cool breeze whispered through the remnants of what had once been a suburban neighborhood, carrying with it the subtle scent of wild mutefruit blossoms that had taken root among the ruins. Along a winding path between the weathered houses, a slender figure moved with practiced caution. Eliana walked the route she had traveled 100 times before, her footsteps quiet from years of wasteland survival instincts. Her leather pack hung comfortably against her back, filled with the day's modest findings. Some salvaged electronic components, a few cans of preserved food, and a small bundle of herbs she had harvested from gardens long abandoned to nature's reclamation. The settlement she called home appeared gradually as she crested a gentle hill. Eden Mills, named not for any biblical paradise but for the stubborn gardens that had somehow flourished in the radioactive soil. What had once been a compact pre-war neighborhood of modest homes had transformed over decades into a survivor community of 12 families. Patchwork walls constructed from salvaged materials encircled the settlement, more symbolic boundary than true fortification. Gardens thrived in what had once been manicured lawns, now producing mutated but nourishing crops that sustained the small community. As Ileana approached the main gate, two pre-war garage doors repurposed and mounted on salvaged hinges, a familiar voice called out in greeting. "Sun's almost down, Eli. Cutting it close again." The voice belonged to Marcus, an older man whose silver hair gleamed in the last rays of sunlight as he leaned against the makeshift watchtower. Despite his gentle teasing, his weathered face showed only relief at her safe return. "Found a patch of wild silt beans about a mile east," she replied, a subtle smile warming her features. "Couldn't pass them up. Sarah's stew will be worth the extra walking." Marcus nodded in understanding, pulling the rope that operated the pulley system to swing the gates open. "Well, you're back safe. That's what matters. Any trouble out there today?" "Quiet as can be," Ileana confirmed as she passed through the entrance. "Just the way we like it." Inside the walls of Evening Mills, evening routines unfolded with the comfortable rhythm of long-established community life. Children were being called in from play by parents preparing evening meals. The communal cooking fires in the center of the settlement cast a warm, flickering glow as residents gathered with their contributions for the shared dinner that had become tradition over the years. The atmosphere carried a sense of gentle security, a small pocket of domestic tranquility carved from the harsh wasteland beyond their boundaries. Eliana made her way toward her home, a modest structure that had once been a pre-war garden shed, now expanded and reinforced with salvaged materials to create a small but comfortable dwelling. Solar panels salvaged from a nearby shopping center provided enough power for basic lighting and the occasional luxury of music played on an old holotape player. It wasn't the life depicted in the faded pre-war advertisements still visible on some billboards, but it was far more than mere survival. Inside her home, Ileana set her pack down on the small table and began the ritual of sorting the day's findings. The electronic components would go to Isaac, the settlement's unofficial technician who maintained their water purifier and solar array. The canned goods would join the community pantry, ensuring everyone had enough during leaner times. The herbs she separated with particular care, setting aside those with medicinal properties for Vera, their healer, and the culinary varieties for the evening's communal meal. With her practical duties complete, Ileana finally allowed herself the moment she had been anticipating throughout her long day of scavenging. From around her neck, she carefully lifted a simple leather cord and removed the object suspended from it. A silver pocket watch, its surface worn smooth by generations of handling. The timepiece had long since stopped functioning in any traditional sense, its internal mechanisms seized by age and exposure, yet its value transcended such practical concerns. Ileana settled into her single comfortable chair, a pre-war recliner that had been meticulously repaired and reupholstered, and placed the watch gently on her lap. From a small drawer in her side table, she removed a soft cloth and a tiny vial of oil preserved specifically for this purpose. The ritual of cleaning the heirloom was one she performed weekly, a moment of connection to a past otherwise lost to nuclear fire and the passage of time. As she worked the cloth in small, gentle circles across the watch's silver surface, memories surfaced like bubbles rising through clear water. The watch had belonged to her great-grandfather, a man Ileana had never met, but knew through stories passed down. Alongside the timepiece itself, he had carried it through a world war, preserved it through the economic hardships that followed, and somehow, through luck or providence, it had survived even the nuclear devastation that had transformed the world beyond recognition. Her grandfather had carried it next, using its reliability to time his shifts at the factory where he worked. Then her mother, who had added the leather cord so it could be worn close to the heart, rather than kept in a pocket. And now Ileana, perhaps the last in a lineage that stretched back to a world known only through faded photographs and half-remembered stories. The watch caught the light from her small electric lamp, its silver surface reflecting a distorted image of her face as she worked. Ileana carefully opened the hinged cover, revealing the watch face with its delicate hands frozen at 9:47 a moment, suspended in time. Inside the cover, a small photograph remained miraculously preserved, showing a family of 4 standing before a house with a white picket fence and blooming flowers. Her family, from a time before radiation had changed the very nature of blooms and growth. Still keeping the old traditions, I see. The voice from her doorway startled Ileana from her reverie. She looked up to find Sarah, the settlement's unofficial leader, standing with a gentle smile and a small pot in her hands. The older woman's face was mapped with the fine lines that came from years of wasteland sun and wind, yet her eyes remained bright with a warmth that had made her the natural heart of their community. "Hard to break the habits that keep us human," Ileana replied, carefully closing the watch cover with a soft click. "Is that the famous silt bean stew I smell?" Sarah nodded, setting the pot down on the small table. "Thought you might appreciate not having to walk to the commons after your long day. The beans you brought back last week made all the difference, added a sweetness we've been missing." "You didn't have to do that," Ileana said, though the gratitude in her voice betrayed her true feelings about the kindness. "Community takes care of its own," Sarah replied simply, her gaze falling on the watch in Ileana's hands. "Your mother would be proud, you know, seeing how you've kept going, how you contribute to Eden Mills." how you've kept the watch safe. The mention of her mother brought a familiar ache to Ilana's chest, a grief that had softened over years but never truly vanished. Some days I wonder why I'm so careful with it. It doesn't tell time anymore, it's just metal and glass. Sarah's expression grew thoughtful as she settled on the edge of Ileana's bed. It's never been about telling time, has it? It's about telling stories, reminding us where we came from. In a world that lost so much, remembering is an act of defiance. Eliana nodded, running her thumb over the watch's smooth surface. Mum used to say something similar, that as long as we remembered, something of the old world survived. Wise woman, your mother, Sarah said, rising with a gentle pat to Eliana's shoulder. Get some rest. Town council meeting tomorrow, and we'll need your input on the western expansion of the gardens. After Sarah departed, Eliana enjoyed the stew, rich with flavors enhanced by herbs and the subtle sweetness of the silt beans. As she ate, the watch rested on the table beside her, its presence a comfortable companion. When she finally prepared for sleep, she returned the timepiece to its place around her neck, the familiar weight against her chest a reminder of continuity in a fractured world. Morning arrived with the soft golden light characteristic of early autumn in the Commonwealth. Ileana woke to the distant sounds of even mills coming to life. Children's voices, the community Brahmin lowing softly, the rhythmic sound of hammer on metal from Isaac's workshop. The day promised to be clear and mild, perfect for the garden expansion planning that would occupy the council meeting. After a simple breakfast of dried mut fruit and a precious spoonful of honey traded from a traveling merchant, Eliana stepped outside into the gentle morning sunlight. The settlement hummed with purposeful activity, residents tending gardens, repairing equipment, or preparing for scavenging expeditions into the surrounding areas. It was a far cry from the desperate scramble for survival that characterized many wasteland communities. Eden Mills had achieved something precious, a sustainable existence that allowed for more than mere subsistence. The council meeting was scheduled for mid-morning, giving Eliana time to check on the existing garden plots and make notes about potential expansion areas. She carried a small notebook, salvaged from a pre-war school and still containing faded mathematics equations in a child's handwriting, and carefully documented soil conditions, water access points, and existing plant health. The western edge of the settlement offered promising space, though it would require clearing some debris and building additional irrigation channels from their central water purifier. As noon approached, residents began gathering in what had once been a small park at the center of the neighborhood. A circular arrangement of benches, some pre-war, others constructed from salvaged wood and metal, surrounded a modest fire pit where community meals were prepared and meetings held. Eliana took her place among the 7 council members, her expertise in agriculture having earned her a voice in the settlement's governance, despite her relatively young age of 26. The meeting progressed with the practical efficiency of people accustomed to collaborative decision-making. Water usage, perimeter maintenance, upcoming trade opportunities with neighboring settlements. Each topic received thoughtful consideration without unnecessary debate. When the discussion turned to garden expansion, Eliana presented her assessment, pointing out potential challenges and opportunities on a rough map she had sketched in her notebook. The western section gets good morning sun, but is sheltered from the harsher afternoon heat by what's left of the Miller house, she explained. Soil tests show promising nitrogen levels, likely from the pre-war landscaping. We'll need to clear some rubble, but the effort should be worthwhile for the growing space we'll gain. The council members nodded in agreement, asking practical questions about water requirements and labor distribution. The discussion had almost concluded when a commotion at the settlement's main gate drew everyone's attention. Marcus's voice called out, louder than his usual greeting. Travelers approaching. 4 of them look to be traders. Unscheduled visitors were uncommon, but not unprecedented. Sarah rose from her place in the council circle. Let's adjourn for now. Eliana, given your experience with outside traders, would you join me in greeting them? The settlement shifted smoothly into their visitor protocol. Children gathered closer to homes. Residents continued their tasks, but with subtle repositioning that kept the newcomers in view, and those with hunting rifles made themselves casually visible near strategic positions. Eden Mills welcomed trade, but maintained healthy caution, having survived this long through careful evaluation of outsiders. Eliana walked alongside Sarah toward the main gate, her hand instinctively rising to ensure the watch was securely tucked beneath her shirt. As the gates swung open, she assessed the approaching group with the practiced eye of someone accustomed to reading intentions and threats in the wasteland. The travelers appeared to be a legitimate trading party, 2 men and 2 women with a heavily laden Brahmin carrying various goods. Their clothing showed the practical patchwork typical of wasteland inhabitants rather than the more threatening aesthetic of raiders. The lead figure, a tall woman with copper-colored hair tied back in a practical braid, raised her empty hands in the universal wasteland gesture of peaceful intent. "Greetings," the trader called as they approached. "Caravan Collins making our usual circuit. We've got mechanical parts, medical supplies, and some textile goods looking for good homes." Sarah stepped forward with measured welcome. Eden Mills welcomes fair traders. "I'm Sarah, and this is Eliana, one of our council members. What brings you to our settlement? We weren't expecting a caravan until next month. Had to adjust our route," the Copperhaven woman explained. "Bridge collapse near the old highway interchange. We've been hearing good things about your community from others on the circuit. Fair trades, good hospitality. Thought it worth the detour." After a brief discussion of terms, weapons to remain holstered, trading to be conducted at the settlement edge rather than inside, and their Brahmin to be inspected for any signs of radiation exposure, the caravan was permitted to set up their temporary trading post near the main gate. Residents gradually approached, curious about the goods offered, and the news from other settlements that always accompanied traveling merchants. Eliana helped oversee the trading, her experience with evaluating salvage making her a good judge of fair exchange values. Eden Mills offered excess crops, particularly their prized strain of radiation-resistant tomatoes, along with purified water and some handcrafted items. In return, the settlers examined the caravan's offerings with practical interest. Tools, medical supplies, fabric, and the small luxuries that brought comfort to wasteland existence. As the trading continued, Eliana found herself in conversation with the youngest member of the caravan, a man perhaps a few years older than herself named Ellie. His knowledge of growing techniques used in other settlements proved fascinating, and she made careful notes in her small book about companion planting methods she hadn't considered before. "You've done impressive work here," he commented, gesturing toward the thriving gardens visible within the settlement. "Most places we visit are still struggling with the basics, but you've got actual crop diversity." "It's been generations of trial and error," Eliana acknowledged. "My grandmother started experimenting with radiation-resistant strains, and we've built on her work. Every season teaches us something new." Their conversation flowed easily, touching on practical matters of agriculture and water conservation, before drifting to experiences of traveling the wasteland versus settled life. Ellie described landscapes Eliana had never seen, the great crater far to the south, settlements built in the shells of massive pre-war ships, and forests where the trees grew with luminescent fungi clinging to their trunks. As the afternoon progressed, the trading gradually wound down, most residents having secured what they needed or desired from the caravan's offerings. Sarah invited the traders to share the evening meal before continuing their journey in the morning, an invitation that reflected her assessment of them as trustworthy, at least enough for limited hospitality. The community gathering that evening carried the festive atmosphere that often accompanied visitors bringing news and stories from beyond their settlement. The central fires burned bright, extra chairs and benches were brought out, and the meal featured the best of their recent harvest. Children listened wide-eyed to the caravan leaders' carefully edited tales of wasteland wonders and oddities, while adults exchanged more practical information about conditions of roads and the status of neighboring communities. Eliana found herself again in conversation with Ellie as they sat somewhat apart from the main gathering, comparing notes on different methods of preserving vegetables for winter storage. She had become comfortable enough in his presence that she had stopped consciously checking for the watch beneath her shirt, her hand no longer rising periodically to confirm its presence. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden commotion, shouting voices and the sound of something crashing over. Eliana turned to see that the caravan's Brahmin had somehow broken free of its tether and was lumbering in panic through the settlement, its heavily laden pack swinging dangerously. Children scattered from its path as adults tried to intercept the animal without further frightening it. Instinctively, Eliana rose to help, moving toward where the Brahmin was threatening to trample a carefully tended garden plot. Others converged from different directions, creating a loose circle around the panicked animal. Using low, soothing voices and careful movements, they gradually calmed the Brahmin and secured its lead rope. It was only after the excitement had subsided that Eliana realized the leather cord around her neck felt lighter. Her hand flew to her chest, finding nothing where the familiar weight of the watch should have been. Immediate panic surged through her as she looked down, scanning the ground around where she had been sitting. "No, no, no," she whispered, dropping to her knees to search through the dirt. "It has to be here." Ely noticed her distress immediately. "What's wrong? What are you looking for?" "A pocket watch, silver, on a leather cord." "I was wearing it." Her voice trailed off as the reality of her carelessness hit home. The watch could have fallen anywhere between her seat and where she had helped with the Brahmin. In the darkness, with only firelight illuminating the ground, finding something so small seemed almost impossible. "It must have come off when I ran to help," she explained, trying to keep her voice steady despite the growing tightness in her chest. It was my mother's, and her father's before that. It's been in my family since before the war." Understanding dawned in Eli's expression. The kind of understanding that only came from living in a world where connections to the past were precious beyond measure. Without further questions, he pulled a small flashlight from his pack. "We'll find it," he said simply. "Show me where you were sitting and we'll work our way along the path you took." Word of Eliana's loss spread quickly through the gathering. The settlers of Eden Mills, understanding all too well the value of irreplaceable connections to the past, joined the search without hesitation. Flashlights and lanterns appeared as if by magic, creating pools of light that moved systematically across the ground. Children were gently instructed to return to their homes to prevent accidental trampling of the search area, while adults formed a methodical search pattern. Sarah approached Eliana, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We'll find it, Ely. Every pair of eyes in the settlement is looking. It can't have gone far." Eliana nodded, grateful for the support but unable to shake the crushing weight of responsibility. The watch had survived nuclear devastation, generations of hardship, and the countless dangers of the wasteland, only to be lost through her carelessness. The thought brought an ache that threatened to overwhelm her practiced composure. The search continued for what felt like hours but was likely less than 40 minutes. Eliana retraced her steps countless times, scrutinizing every inch of ground with increasing desperation. The traders joined the effort with genuine concern, their caravan leader ordering a thorough check of their Brahmins' packs and the area around their trading post in case the watch had somehow fallen there. It was Eli who ultimately spotted something reflecting the light of his flash near the edge of the garden the Brahmin had nearly trampled. He approached carefully, crouching to examine the object half buried in the soft soil. "Eliana," he called, his voice carrying a note of cautious hope. "I think I've found something." She reached his side in seconds, heart pounding with equal measures of hope and fear. As his light illuminated the object, relief washed over her in an almost physical wave. There in the soil lay her family's watch, its silver case reflecting the flashlight beam. One side bore a new dent, likely from being stepped on during the commotion, but it appeared otherwise intact. With trembling fingers, Eliana carefully lifted the timepiece from the dirt, brushing away soil that clung to its intricate engravings. The leather cord had broken, explaining how it had fallen without her noticing, but that could be easily replaced. What mattered was that the watch itself, with its frozen hands and the precious photograph within, had been recovered. "Thank you," she whispered, the words entirely inadequate for the relief coursing through her. "I can't believe you found it." Eli smiled, the flashlight casting shadows that emphasized the kindness in his expression. "Some things are too important to stay lost." News of the recovery spread quickly through the settlement, bringing a collective sense of relief that seemed disproportionate to a simple object, except that everyone understood it wasn't simple at all. In a world that had lost so much, each connection to the past carried weight beyond its physical properties. The evening gradually returned to its earlier warmth as settlers returned to the communal fires, though conversations now included the dramatic search and fortunate recovery. Ileana sat quietly for a while, the watch clutched carefully in her hand, its familiar weight and texture providing comfort, even as she contemplated how close she had come to losing it forever. Sarah approached, offering a new leather cord, somewhat finer than the original, that she had retrieved from her personal belongings. "Thought you might need this," she said simply. "Thank you," Eliana replied, accepting the gift with genuine gratitude. With careful movements, she threaded the new cord through the watch's attachment ring and secured it around her neck once more. The familiar weight settled against her chest, bringing with it a renewed appreciation for what it represented. As the evening progressed toward night, the communal gathering gradually dispersed, settlers returning to their homes while the traders settled into the guest quarters allocated for overnight visitors. Ileana found herself walking alongside Ili toward the settlement edge, where a small sitting area offered a view of the star-filled sky beyond their walls. "And I can't thank you enough," she said, as they settled on a bench crafted from salvaged wood. "That watch, it's more than just an object to me." Eli nodded, his expression thoughtful in the starlight. "I understand. My father had an old baseball cap, completely worthless by any practical measure, falling apart at the seams, but it was his father's, from before the war. When he died, that cap became the most valuable thing I own." "You still have it?" Eliana asked. A shadow passed over his features. "Lost it 2 years ago during a raider attack on our settlement. We were running, and somewhere in the chaos, it was just gone. Spent days searching once it was safe to return, but never found it." The simple honesty of his loss created a moment of connection between them, the shared understanding of what it meant to cherish connections to a world neither of them had known directly. The pocket watch seemed to pulse with warmth against Eliana's skin, a reminder of how fortunate she had been. "I'm sorry about your father's cap," she said softly. "It's strange how these things come to mean so much, isn't it? This watch doesn't even tell time anymore." "I think that's exactly why they matter," Eli replied. "They tell something more important than time. They tell us who we are, where we came from. In a world that lost almost everything, that's worth more than any practical function." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching as clouds occasionally drifted across the stars. The night air carried the subtle scent of blooming evening primrose that had established itself along the settlement's western edge. Another adaptation to the changed world, flowers that now opened at night to avoid the stronger radiation present during daylight hours. "Your settlement is remarkable," Eli said eventually. "Most places we visit are just surviving, but Eden Mills feels like it's actually living, building something meaningful, not just enduring." Eliana considered this assessment, recognizing the truth in it. "It's taken generations. My grandmother used to say that surviving the bombs was just the first step. The harder part was remembering how to be human afterward." "Wise woman," Eli observed. "Our caravan tries to help with that in our own way. Not just trading goods, but connecting communities, sharing stories and knowledge. Helping people remember they're not alone out here." The conversation drifted to lighter topics as the evening deepened. Favorite recipes adapted for wasteland ingredients, amusing mishaps during scavenging expeditions, and the small moments of unexpected beauty found in the recovering world. When they finally returned to the settlement center, most residents had retired for the night, leaving only the night watch vigilant at their posts. "Your caravan leaves tomorrow?" Eliana asked as they prepared to part ways. Ely nodded. "At first light, we're heading northwest toward the trading hub at Old North Bridge. Should be back through this way in about 3 months, if the routes remain clear." "I look forward to hearing your stories from the road," she replied, surprised by how genuinely she meant it. "Safe travels." Morning arrived with the soft colors characteristic of Commonwealth autumn. Gentle pinks and golds painting the sky as the sun crested the eastern horizon. The settlement stirred to life as residents began their daily routines while the trading caravan prepared for departure. Packs were secured, the Brahmin fed and harnessed, and final trades conducted for items needed on the road ahead. Eliana joined those gathering to bid the traders farewell, her hand occasionally rising to feel the reassuring presence of the watch beneath her shirt. The new leather cord Sarah had provided felt smoother against her skin, an improvement over the weathered original that had finally given way after years of constant wear. As the caravan prepared to depart, Eli approached her one last time. "I have something for you," he said, reaching into his pack. He produced a small leather pouch, offering it with a slightly self-conscious smile. "It's not much, but I thought it might be useful." Curious, Eliana accepted the gift and carefully opened the drawstring. Inside lay a small wooden case, hinged on one side and lined with soft fabric. It was sized perfectly to hold her pocket watch when not being worn, a protective housing that would prevent further dents or scratches. "I made it last night," Eli explained. "Carved the wood from a piece I've been carrying for special trades. The lining is from an old pre-war dress shirt we found a few settlements back." "It's beautiful," Eliana said, genuinely touched by the thoughtful gift. "Thank you. Just thought after all that excitement, your family heirloom deserved some extra protection," he replied with a warm smile. "Until we meet again?" "Until then," she agreed. "Be safe out there." The caravan departed through Eden Mills' main gates as morning light strengthened across the landscape. Residents gradually returned to their daily responsibilities, tending gardens, maintaining equipment, preserving the harvest for the approaching winter. Eliana joined a work group clearing ground for the Western Garden expansion they had discussed in the council meeting, her hands busy with practical labor while her thoughts occasionally drifted to the previous day's events. During a break in the work, she found a quiet moment to sit alone, carefully removing the watch from around her neck. Opening the wooden case Eli had crafted, she placed the timepiece inside, appreciating how perfectly it fit within the protective housing. The watch looked somehow right, nestled in its new home. The old and new complementing each other, much like Even Mills itself, with its pre-war foundations and post-war adaptation. Opening the watch one more time, she gazed at the family photograph preserved inside the cover. 4 faces looked back at her from a world long vanished. Her great-grandparents and grandparents standing before a home that had likely been reduced to radioactive ash 2 centuries ago. Yet something of them remained, not just in the genetic legacy that had produced Eliana herself, but in the values and knowledge passed down alongside the physical heirloom. As she closed the watch and returned it to its case, Eliana felt a sense of peace settle within her. The near loss had sharpened her appreciation not just for the heirloom itself, but for what it represented: continuity, memory, and the enduring human capacity to preserve what matters most, even in the face of nuclear devastation. The workday continued, Eden Mills functioning with the quiet efficiency of a community that had found its rhythm in the challenging world. As evening approached once more, Eliana joined others at the communal cooking fires, contributing herbs she had harvested from her personal garden plot to the settlement's shared meal. Conversations flowed around her, plans for the coming winter, stories of the day's small triumphs and challenges, the news brought by the traveling caravan. That night, before sleeping, Eliana placed the watch in its new protective case on the small table beside her bed. The timepiece that had traveled through centuries would continue its journey, carrying with it the memories and connections that defined humanity's persistence in the face of apocalypse. Its hands remained frozen at 9:47, but the stories it contained continued unfolding with each passing day. While Eliana settled into peaceful sleep, cradled in the community she called home, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another tale of family bonds was unfolding. In an abandoned train station far to the northwest, a lone figure waited nervously, scanning each new arrival with hopeful eyes. Years of separation had created strangers from siblings, but as 2 travelers recognized each other across the crowded platform, time seemed to slow. Join us for our next story, The Reunion, where the bonds of blood prove stronger than the divisions of the wasteland. The Commonwealth dusk arrived with gentle inevitability, washing the wasteland in hues of amber and gold. Long shadows stretched across the broken landscape, softening the harsh edges of destruction that defined the daylight hours. The evening air carried a subtle chill, not the bitter cold of radiation-extended winter, but the natural cooling that came with autumn's embrace. Miles from any settlement, an abandoned train station stood in dignified decay against the darkening sky. What had once been a bustling transit hub now existed in quiet solitude, its grand architecture still visible beneath decades of weathering and neglect. Faded posters clung to crumbling walls, advertising destinations long since reduced to radioactive ash. Ticket counters stood empty, their surfaces gathering dust rather than queues of impatient travelers. Yet, unlike many ruins that dotted the Commonwealth, the station retained much of its structural integrity, its concrete foundations and stone columns having weathered nuclear devastation better than more modern constructions. Along the cracked asphalt of what had once been the station's access road, a solitary figure approached with measured steps. James moved with the cautious efficiency that characterized long-time wasteland survivors, neither hurried nor meandering, maintaining the steady pace that conserved energy while covering ground. His leather armor, patched in multiple places but well maintained, bore the subtle marks and modifications that spoke of years spent adapting to harsh conditions. A weathered combat rifle hung across his back, secured but accessible, while a simple pack contained his essential supplies. At 34, James carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had faced the wasteland's many challenges and emerged not unscathed but unbroken. His features, once perhaps handsome in conventional terms, now bore the weathered history of survival. A scar across his left cheek from a Yaoguai encounter 6 years prior, lines around his eyes from squinting against irradiated dust storms, and the subtle tension in his jaw that came from years of rationing words as carefully as water. As the train station came fully into view, James paused, surveying the structure with experienced eyes. His gaze tracked methodically across potential entry points, lingering on shadows that might conceal threats, assessing structural stability before committing to approach. Satisfied that no immediate danger presented itself, he continued forward, though his hand drifted slightly closer to the pistol secured at his hip. A habit so ingrained he scarcely noticed the gesture. The station entrance loomed before him, grand double doors of weathered oak and tarnished brass that had once welcomed travelers to their journeys. One door hung partially from its hinges, creating an asymmetrical gap that served as the current entrance. James slipped through this opening with practiced ease, entering the cavernous main hall beyond. Inside, the station revealed itself in layers of faded grandeur. Afternoon light filtered through high windows, some broken but many surprisingly intact, creating dappled patterns across marble floors worn smooth by centuries of passage. The vaulted ceiling stretched overhead, its elaborate moldings now serving as perches for small birds that had claimed the abandoned space as their own. Their gentle cooing echoed softly through the vast chamber, providing unexpected serenity to what might otherwise feel desolate. The main hall retained traces of its former purpose, wooden benches arranged in neat rows, though many had collapsed or been scavenged over the decades. A massive departure board hung from the central wall, its mechanical letters frozen in their final configuration, announcing trains that would never arrive to passengers long since turned to ash. Display cases that had once held souvenirs or refreshments stood empty, their glass fractured but not completely shattered. James surveyed this scene with measured appreciation, rather than the awe it might have inspired in someone less accustomed to wasteland juxtapositions. He moved deeper into the hall, footsteps creating gentle echoes that seemed to awaken memories in the sleeping structure. His path took him toward the far corner, where a small encampment had been established near a functional water fountain, one of the rare pre-war plumbing systems that continued working thanks to the engineering marvels of a civilization now reduced to ruins and legends. The encampment showed signs of recent but temporary habitation, a small fire pit constructed with careful attention to ventilation, a sleeping roll positioned for optimal sight lines to potential entrances, and minimal personal effects arranged with practical efficiency. James set his pack down beside these arrangements, the familiar weight lifting from his shoulders, with a relief he acknowledged with a slight roll of his neck. For several moments he simply stood in stillness, listening to the subtle sounds of the station, the distant cooing of birds, the occasional metallic ping of cooling structures, the whisper of wind through broken windows. Satisfied with the acoustic confirmation of solitude, he finally allowed his posture to relax slightly, though the alertness in his eyes remained unchanged. From his pack, James removed a small metal pot and a carefully wrapped package containing dried Brahmin meat and withered carrots. humble ingredients for what would be his evening meal. With practiced movements, he arranged small pieces of debris in the existing fire pit, using a striker to ignite the carefully constructed tinder. A small flame caught and grew under his patient tending, casting warm light that pushed back against the gathering shadows of early evening. As water from the fountain came to a gentle boil over his modest fire, James added his ingredients with the careful rationing of someone accustomed to making supplies last through uncertain times. The simple stew would provide necessary sustenance rather than culinary pleasure, though the subtle addition of wild herbs gathered during his journey demonstrated that survival hadn't completely overwhelmed appreciation for small comfort. While his meal simmered, James retrieved a tattered book from his pack, a pre-war novel with pages yellowed by radiation and time, but still legible in the firelight. The book opened naturally to a dog-eared page, evidence of repeated reading during quiet moments between the constant demands of wasteland survival. Literature represented a luxury in a world focused on immediate needs, yet James maintained this connection to the world before the bombs as carefully as he maintained his weapon. The gentle rhythm of reading while his meal cooked created a rare moment of normalized existence, a small pocket of civilized routine carved from the chaos that defined the broader Commonwealth. The station's grand architecture seemed to approve of this temporary reclamation, its spaces designed for human passage, now hosting human presence once more, however briefly. Eventually, James set the book aside to tend to his stew, now filling the nearby air with simple but appealing aromas. He had just begun transferring the hot liquid to a metal cup when a sound disrupted the station's tranquil atmosphere. The distinctive crunch of careful footsteps on debris near the main entrance. The sound carried the deliberate quality of human movement, rather than the random scattering caused by radroaches or other wasteland creatures. With fluid efficiency born from years of necessary vigilance, James extinguished his small fire and moved to a position offering both concealment behind a collapsed ticket counter and clear sightlines to the entrance. His rifle came smoothly into his hands, held ready but not yet aimed as he assessed the approaching presence. Experience had taught the value of discrimination in the wasteland. Not every encounter warranted immediate hostility, though few warranted immediate trust. The footsteps continued their careful approach, now accompanied by the soft metallic click that suggested armor adjustments or weapon readiness. Another human moving with the cautious protocol of wasteland survival. James remained motionless, controlling his breathing to maintain both calm and silence as he waited for visual confirmation of the newcomer's identity and intent. A slender figure appeared at the gap between the hanging doors, pausing in almost exact replication of James's earlier assessment pattern. Even in the fading light, the newcomer's careful scanning of the environment before entry demonstrated the ingrained habits of someone well-versed in survival protocols. After apparently satisfying initial security concerns, the figure slipped through the doorway into the main hall. The station's remaining light revealed a woman, perhaps in her late 20s, dressed in the practical layers typical of wasteland travelers. Her equipment showed the same careful maintenance as James's own, functional rather than decorative, modified for quiet movement rather than aggressive display. A shotgun hung across her back, while a machete remained secured at her hip, both positioned for quick access without impeding movement. Something about her movement pattern triggered recognition in James's assessment, a subtle familiarity that preceded conscious identification. He watched as she surveyed the grand hall with the same methodical attention he had employed earlier, though her path took her toward the station's opposite side rather than his corner encampment. As she moved deeper into the space, passing through a shaft of fading sunlight, her features became more distinct. James felt his carefully maintained composure falter as recognition crystallized into certainty. The controlled breathing he had maintained for tactical advantage now caught momentarily in his throat as layers of memory superimposed themselves over present perception. The woman was Catherine, his sister, unseen for 7 years since their separation during the violent dissolution of their former settlement. The sister he had spent countless hours searching for during the first year after their separation, gradually accepting the statistical probability that she had joined the countless unnamed casualties of the Commonwealth's unforgiving environment. Yet here she stood, demonstrably alive and demonstrating the capable self-sufficiency he had always tried to instill during their shared youth. For several heartbeats, James remained frozen in his concealment, tactical assessment giving way to emotional processing rarely permitted in wasteland existence. Catherine had clearly survived and adapted. Her equipment, movement patterns, and alert vigilance all testified to successful navigation of dangers that claimed most solitary travelers. The pride this observation triggered competed with other emotions, too complex to fully process in the moment. Finally, tactical considerations reasserted themselves. Approaching an alert wasteland survivor without warning invited potentially lethal response regardless of blood relation, particularly after years of separation that might have altered recognition parameters or created understandable trust issues. "Kathy," he called, using the childhood diminutive while remaining in his partially concealed position. His voice carried clearly across the station's acoustic space but remained controlled in volume, loud enough for intended communication without attracting potential attention from hostiles outside the building. The effect on Catherine was immediate and profound. She pivoted toward the sound with remarkable speed, shotgun coming into ready position with the fluid motion of someone who had faced wasteland threats and survived through prompt response. Her body language displayed the tension of someone calculating threat assessment and response options with practiced efficiency. "Who's there?" Her voice carried the controlled command of someone accustomed to asserting authority despite potential danger, stronger than James remembered, with the subtle hardening that came from years of necessary self-reliance. "It's James," he responded, slowly rising from his concealed position with hands deliberately visible and weapon pointed downward, in the universal wasteland gesture indicating non-hostile intent. "Your brother." Catherine's posture remained combat-ready, her expression conveying understandable skepticism. 7 years in the Commonwealth taught the dangers of misplaced trust, particularly regarding individuals claiming convenient identities. "James died at Lakeside. Everyone did." Her voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had processed and accepted tragedy as wasteland reality. "I made it out the northern perimeter," he explained, remaining motionless to avoid triggering defensive response while maintaining eye contact. 3 of us escaped while the main gates were being overrun. I spent months searching for other survivors. The pain of those desperate weeks of searching colored his voice, despite attempts at control. "I looked for you, Kathy." Something in his phrasing, perhaps the specific details of escape routes or the particular way he pronounced her name, triggered visible reassessment in Catherine's expression. Her shotgun lowered slightly, though not completely, as she studied his features more intently. "What was the name of the Brahmin that stepped on my foot when I was 9? She asked suddenly, her tone making clear this was a verification question rather than casual reminiscence. A ghost of a smile touched James's features at the unexpected authentication method. "Mr. Stompy. You named him that specifically because of the incident, and Dad said it was inappropriate to hold a grudge against livestock." The memory emerged from years of suppression with surprising clarity. Their father's patient amusement, Catherine's stubborn insistence on the name, despite parental objection. The shotgun lowered completely as recognition finally overcame skepticism. "James," she whispered, his name carrying 7 years of assumed grief and sudden recalibration. For several heartbeats, they simply regarded each other across the station's expanse, the physical distance between them symbolic of the temporal separation that had transformed both from the people they had been at Lakeside. By unspoken mutual agreement, they moved toward each other with measured steps, neither rushing despite the emotional significance of the moment. Wasteland survival instincts remain too deeply ingrained for abandoned caution, even in the face of miraculous reunion. They met in the center of the Grand Hall, beneath the frozen departure board that had once announced journeys to places now existing only in faded photographs and fragmented holotapes. Up close, the years of separation revealed themselves in subtle changes to familiar features. Catherine's face had acquired new scars, a thin line across her forehead and a more pronounced mark along her jaw. Her eyes carried the watchful alertness common to wasteland survivors, but also a depth of experience that hadn't been present in the 21-year-old who had fled Lakeside alongside him during the settlement's fall. "I thought you were dead," she said simply, the words carrying years of processed grief. "I searched the meeting points, waited at the fallback location for 3 weeks." "I did the same," James replied, the shared experience of futile waiting, creating unexpected connection across the years of separation. "When you didn't appear at any of the designated points, I tried tracking through the western routes. Found evidence of raider attacks on refugee groups. Eventually had to accept the statistical probability. The clinical language. Meeting points, fallback locations, statistical probability, masked the emotional reality of those desperate weeks. Yet Catherine would understand the underlying meaning from shared experience. Wasteland communication often functioned this way. Emotional content conveyed through practical terminology when direct expression proved too raw or potentially destabilizing for survival requirements. A moment of silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken questions and experiences too complex for immediate sharing. 7 years of separate survival contained too many individual moments for comprehensive exchange. Settlements joined and left, alliances formed and broken, near deaths experienced and narrow escapes achieved. The vastness of unshared history created momentary uncertainty about how to proceed. "You have a camp set up?" Catherine finally asked, practical matters providing safer conversational ground than immediate emotional territory. James nodded, gesturing toward his small encampment in the corner. "Water still runs from the fountain. Made stew." The simple offer of shared sustenance conveyed more than its literal meaning. An invitation to re-establish connection through the wasteland ritual of communal eating, one of the fundamental trust exercises in a world where resources remained precious and sharing represented significant commitment. "I have razor grain bread," Catherine offered in return, the reciprocal sharing equally meaningful beyond its practical value. Traded for it in Diamond City yesterday. They moved toward the encampment together, maintaining the slight physical distance typical of wasteland interactions while navigating newly rediscovered familial connection. James rekindled his small fire with practiced efficiency, the warm light gradually pushing back against the gathering darkness as evening advanced toward night. Catherine produced the promised bread from her pack, 2 small loaves wrapped carefully in relatively clean cloth, protected from the elements with the care typically reserved for ammunition or medicine in the resource-scarce Commonwealth. The simple meal became an unstated ceremony of reconnection. James reheated his stew while Catherine arranged the bread on a relatively clean piece of metal salvage that served as a makeshift plate. Neither spoke during these preparations, the comfortable silence of people accustomed to their own company, yet finding mutual presence unexpectedly natural, despite years of separation. When the food was ready, they sat on opposite sides of the small fire, the flames between them casting warm light that emphasized the features they shared. The same determined set to their jaw, similar expressions when concentrating on practical tasks. These genetic echoes had once been unremarkable familiarities, but now carried the poignancy of rediscovery after assumed permanent loss. "You're headquartered somewhere?" James asked as they began eating, the question containing multiple implicit inquiries about stability, community affiliation, and general life circumstances. Catherine nodded, tearing a small piece of bread with careful conservation. "Oberland Station for the past 2 years. Small settlement, good defensive position. I handle security coordination and occasional trade escorts to Diamond City." The simple description contained volumes of subtext. Stability unknown during their years apart, acceptance into a community, responsibility reflecting earned trust. Good people. The brevity of his question belied its significance. Wasteland settlements varied enormously in ethical orientation, resource distribution, and treatment of members. Some offered genuine community, others merely exploited those seeking shelter. Decent, fair water allocation, communal defense expectations, but private resource retention permitted, democratic leadership council rather than single authority. Her practical assessment contained the key metrics they had both been taught to evaluate when considering settlement affiliation, the lessons their father had emphasized during their upbringing in the relative stability of Lakeside before its fall. James nodded, understanding both the factual information and its implications for her quality of life during their years apart. "You're established there, respected." Not a question, but an observation based on her mentioned responsibilities. A small smile touched Catherine's features, subtle but genuine. "Took time, proved myself useful. Now they listen when I recommend perimeter improvements or suggest trade route adjustments." The understated pride in her voice revealed satisfaction in earned recognition, something rare and valuable in wasteland existence. "And you?" she asked after a moment, reciprocating the life assessment. "Settled somewhere?" James hesitated briefly, weighing honesty against potential concern. "Semi-nomadic. Contracted security for trading caravans primarily. Some settlement defensive training when opportunities arise." The description accurately reflected his existence since Lakeside. Functional, but lacking the community integration Catherine had apparently achieved. She studied him across the fire, her expression reflecting understanding of what remained unspoken. Always moving, always watching perimeters. Not judgment, but recognition of the pattern he had adopted. The perpetual vigilance and mobility that had defined their early years after fleeing their first home as teenagers served its purpose, he acknowledged with slight shrug. Looking at some foundation contracts recently, more stable, longer-term positions. The Foundation represented one of the Commonwealth's more established protective organizations, less militaristic than the Brotherhood of Steel, but more structured than independent mercenary operations. Their mention conveyed his tentative consideration of more settled existence after years of constant movement. As darkness claimed the Commonwealth beyond the station's walls, their conversation continued in this pattern, practical exchanges gradually interwoven with more personal revelations. They spoke of survival techniques discovered during their separation, settlements visited, dangers encountered and overcome. Shared language patterns emerged from common upbringing, certain phrases or expressions triggering brief smiles of recognition despite years apart. The station settled around them as night deepened, creaking occasionally as temperature changes affected ancient metal supports. Their fire cast dancing shadows across marble floors and decorative columns, creating a peaceful atmosphere despite the implied desolation of their surroundings. Outside, the common will night brought its usual sounds: distant calls of mutated wildlife, the occasional rumble of radiation storms passing miles away, the subtle background presence of a world transformed by nuclear devastation, yet continuing its gradual evolution. As their initial exchanges established comfortable rhythm, the conversation gradually shifted toward more significant territory. "You ever try to go back to Lakeside?" Catherine asked, her tone carefully neutral despite the question's emotional weight. James nodded slowly. "Once. About 3 years after. Nothing left worth salvaging. Super mutants had established a temporary camp in the northern sector. Watched from distance but didn't engage. The memory carried the dull ache of witnessing their childhood home transformed into unrecognizable ruin. The community that had raised them reduced to scavenging opportunity for waste." "A house?" she asked, the question carrying layers of meaning beyond its simple construction. "Structural collapse. Roof completely gone. Weather got what the attack didn't take." The clinical description masked his emotional response to seeing their family home reduced to weathered rubble. The gardens their mother had tended with such care, nothing but irradiated soil hosting mutated fungal growth. Catherine absorbed this information with outward calmness, though the slight tightening of her fingers around her cup betrayed deeper emotional processing. Probably better that way. Clean break rather than lingering reminders. Her practical assessment reflected the wasteland necessity of moving forward, rather than dwelling on irrecoverable losses. "Mum's locket?" James asked after a moment of respectful silence. Their mother's silver locket had been Catherine's most prized possession, carried with her since their mother's death from radiation sickness 2 years before Lakeside's fall. Catherine's hand moved automatically to her collar, withdrawing a tarnished silver oval suspended on a leather cord. "Never lost it. Had to replace the chain 3 times, but the locket stayed with me." The subtle pride in this preservation achievement reflected its significance beyond monetary value, a connection to family history maintained despite the wasteland's tendency to strip away personal possessions alongside everything else. "Dad would be proud," James said quietly, "of both of us, surviving, remembering the principles he taught." Their father had been gone longer, lost during a trading expedition when they were teenagers. His body never recovered, but his absence eventually accepted as permanent after months without return. "Applied every lesson," Catherine confirmed, a sad smile touching her features. "The tactical training, resource conservation, community ethics, even his terrible jokes sometimes. When trying to lighten settlement council meetings, this unexpected mention of their father's notorious humor, earnest but often painfully awkward attempts at lightening serious discussions, triggered a genuine laugh from James, the sound surprising in its unfamiliarity after years of limited expression. "The one about the Morelurk and the Brahmin trader?" "What did the Brahmin trader say to the Mirrorlurk?" Catherine quoted, her voice shifting to mimic their father's deliberately serious delivery. "I'd offer to trade, but I hear your business practices are a bit shellfish." Their shared laughter echoed softly through the station's grand space, a sound that would have seemed impossibly incongruous to observers had any been present to witness this moment of connectivity amid ruins. Yet the humor, however objectively lacking in sophistication, carried the profound significance of shared history, rediscovered after years of assuming its permanent loss. As their laughter faded, a comfortable silence settled between them. The fire had burned down to gentle coals, providing warmth without the active flames of earlier evening. Outside, the Commonwealth night had reached its deepest hours, the time when even the wasteland's constant dangers seemed temporarily subdued, though never entirely absent. "Why are you here, James?" Catherine finally asked, the directness of her question reflecting both their established communication patterns and the trust gradually rebuilding between them. "This station isn't on typical caravan routes, not near any major settlements. Seems like a deliberate destination." James considered his response carefully, weighing truth against potential disappointment. Franklin's message on Diamond City Radio, about meeting at the place where we waited for the mechanical giant. He watched her expression closely as understanding dawned. "The vertibird," Catherine whispered, childhood code immediately recognized despite years of disuse. "When Dad took us to watch the Brotherhood vertibird land for trading day, we waited at this station for hours." James nodded, appreciation for her memory evident in his expression. "Franklin survived Lakeside too. We escaped together but separated when he headed south with a trading group, maintained irregular contact through settlement radio operators. When I heard his message last month about meeting here on the 15th, I thought..." He trailed off, the uncompleted thought clear nonetheless. "That I might have heard it too," Catherine finished for him. "That it might finally be the successful reunion after years of missed connections." Her expression carried understanding rather than judgment for the hope that had brought him to this isolated location. "Calculated risk," James acknowledged with slight shrug. "Franklin's overdue by 2 days now, likely encountered travel complications or received better opportunity elsewhere, was planning to give it one more day before moving on." The practical assessment masked the disappointment beneath. Another potential reconnection failing to materialize after years of similar disappointments. "And instead you found me," Catherine observed, the coincidence carrying weight beyond statistical probability. "Not who you expected, but family nonetheless." "Better outcome than expected," James admitted, the simple statement conveying emotional significance he might have struggled to express directly. After years believing her lost forever, finding Catherine alive and thriving represented something beyond mere luck. A rare moment of the wasteland giving back something precious instead of taking away. They spoke deep into the night, conversation flowing more easily as initial caution gradually yielded to rediscovered familiarity. Catherine described her journey after Lakeside, the desperate weeks of hiding from roving raider bands, eventually joining a trading caravan for protection, finding temporary shelter in 3 different settlements, before establishing herself at Oberland Station. James shared his own path, similar patterns of movement and adaptation, though without ultimately finding the community integration Catherine had achieved. As the night deepened toward the subtle lightning that preceded dawn, practical considerations gradually reasserted themselves. Catherine had trade business in Diamond City with deadlines to meet. James had committed to a caravan security contract beginning in 3 days near Lexington. The Commonwealth's demands never remained suspended for long, even for moments of profound personal significance. "We should sleep," Catherine eventually suggested, practical needs acknowledging their human limitations despite the desire to continue reconnecting. "A few hours at least, before daylight. I can take first watch if you want to rest." James shook his head slightly. "Sleep, I'll watch. Too much processing to sleep effectively yet." The admission of emotional impact, however understated, represented trust rebuilding between them. The ability to acknowledge vulnerability without fearing its exploitation, something rarely extended to anyone in wasteland existence. Catherine nodded understanding, unrolling her sleeping pack on the station floor near their dying fire. Before settling, she reached into her pack and removed a small notebook and pencil. "My route patterns and radio contact frequencies," she explained as she wrote several lines of information. "Settlement signal codes for Oberland messages. Direct communication rather than relying on chance encounters." James accepted the offered paper with appreciation that transcended the practical value of the information. The willingness to share settlement codes represented significant trust. Such information could be exploited by hostiles if intercepted. More importantly, it signified intention for continued connection rather than allowing their reunion to become another temporary intersection of wasteland paths. "I'll reciprocate when my Foundation contract finalizes," he promised. "Should have established communication protocols within 2 weeks if negotiations proceed as expected." As Catherine settled into her sleeping role, James stoked their fire with carefully rationed fuel, creating just enough flame to maintain modest warmth without excessive light that might attract unwanted attention. The station's grand architecture seemed to settle around them, its spaces designed for human gathering once again serving that purpose, however briefly and in dramatically altered circumstances. James maintained vigilant watch as his sister slept, the familiar responsibility of security provision bringing comfortable routine to an evening otherwise defined by emotional recalibration. His gaze alternated between Catherine's sleeping form and the strategic entry points to their location, habit and training ensuring security never yielded completely to sentiment, despite the significance of their reunion. In sleep, Catherine's features relaxed into greater resemblance to the younger sister he remembered, the wariness and tactical alertness temporarily suspended, revealing the person beneath the wasteland survivor. James found himself cataloguing the similarities and differences 7 years had created, the new scars and weathering balanced against the unchanged determination evident even in how she positioned herself for optimal response if awakened suddenly. The night gradually yielded to pre-dawn, subtle changes in light quality announcing morning's approach before direct sunlight became visible. Catherine woke with the immediate alertness characteristic of wasteland survivors. No gradual transition from sleep to wakefulness, but instead, instant awareness of surroundings and potential threats. Her hand had already moved toward her nearby weapon before conscious recognition of safety and James's presence fully registered. "Dawn soon," she observed, practicality immediately reasserting itself as she efficiently packed her sleeping roll with minimal wasted movement. "You should take a brief rest before we move out." "I'll watch." James nodded, rational assessment acknowledging the wisdom of at least minimal rest, despite emotional reluctance to lose consciousness during their limited reunion time. He settled onto his own sleeping role while Catherine assumed the vigilant posture of security provision, their roles reversing with the practiced efficiency of those who understood the rhythms of wasteland survival. Despite his expectation of remaining too alert for effective rest, James found himself drifting towards sleep with surprising ease. Perhaps the subconscious security of having trusted family on watch, a luxury unavailable for 7 years, permitted relaxation otherwise impossible in vulnerable circumstances. Whatever the cause, he slept deeply, if briefly, awakening to strengthened daylight and the subtle sounds of Catherine preparing morning provisions. They shared a simple breakfast, the remaining bread supplemented with dried mute fruit from James's supplies. The meal carried the same ceremonial quality as their evening sharing, though morning light replaced firelight and practical planning gradually overtook reminiscence as they prepared for departure. Maps were consulted, routes discussed, potential hazard zones identified with the collaborative efficiency of experienced travelers sharing valuable intelligence. As they packed their respective equipment with the methodical care of those who understood that proper preparation often meant the difference between survival and disaster, unspoken awareness of imminent separation created subtle tension beneath practical activities. The Commonwealth demanded their attention in different directions, personal preference yielding to wasteland necessity as it had countless times before. Diamond City's expecting your caravan, James confirmed as final preparations concluded, practical concern for her journey demonstrating care within established communication patterns. Catherine nodded. Expected arrival window begins tomorrow evening. Should make it comfortably if I maintain standard pace. Her assessment contained the confident calculation of someone well versed in Commonwealth travel times and potential delays. They stood in the station's main entrance, morning light streaming through broken windows to illuminate the grand space that had hosted their unexpected reunion. After years of assuming permanent separation, the impending departure carried emotional weight disproportionate to its practical reality. This separation would be temporary, contact information exchanged, future communication established, yet the wasteland's unpredictability made every parting carry the shadow of potential permanence. South Route has had Deathclaw sightings near the old highway interchange, James offered as final intelligence sharing. Recommend eastern approach to Diamond City, even if slightly longer distance. Catherine nodded appreciation for the information. Foundation recruiter usually stays at Dugout Inn first week of each month, she countered with her own valuable intelligence. Ask for Donovan. Mention my endorsement if you decide to pursue that contract. These practical exchanges served as their version of more emotional farewells. Concrete demonstrations of care through information that might preserve safety or create opportunity. Wasteland communication operated on these terms. Direct emotional expression, often replaced by tangible actions, carrying equivalent meaning. Take care of yourself, James, Catherine finally said, the simple phrase carrying layers of meaning beyond its conventional construction. You too, Kathy, he replied, using the childhood name with deliberate significance. Acknowledgement of their rediscovered connection despite years of separation and change. They clasped forearms in the wasteland gesture of respect between equals. A more formal acknowledgement than family might typically exchange, yet carrying its own significance in recognizing the capable survivors they had each become. No tearful embrace or emotional declarations marked their parting, yet the intensity of their shared gaze conveyed understanding that transcended conventional demonstration. Catherine departed first, moving through the station doorway with the confident stride of someone with clear destination and purpose. James watched her figure grow smaller against the Commonwealth landscape, measuring her progress until she reached the first terrain feature that would provide tactical cover during travel. Only when she had safely navigated this initial stage did he shoulder his own pack and move through the doorway in the opposite direction. The train station stood empty once more, morning light illuminating spaces where unexpected reunion had briefly rekindled human connection. The brothers would continue separate journeys across the Commonwealth wasteland, each following different paths, yet carrying the renewed awareness of family surviving against statistical probability. In a world defined by loss, they had rediscovered something precious, not just shared history but potential future connection. Communication frequencies exchanged and settlement codes shared. As James walked the broken road leading northwest, his usual vigilant assessment of potential threats and resources continued with professional thoroughness. Yet beneath this practical awareness, something had shifted in his fundamental orientation to the wasteland around him. For 7 years, he had moved through the Commonwealth as someone without meaningful anchors, functional but disconnected, survival serving no greater purpose than its own continuation. Now, with each step carrying him physically farther from the reunion site, he moved with subtly different purpose. survival remained necessary, vigilance still essential, but these requirements now served something beyond mere continued existence. The Foundation contract, previously considered primarily for practical stability, now represented potential for established communication patterns with rediscovered family. A fixed location where messages might reliably reach him, a position that might eventually permit occasional travel to Oberland Station. The Commonwealth stretched before him in broken beauty, morning light transforming rubble and ruin into landscapes of surprising grace despite their implied desolation. James walked its paths with the same careful attention to potential threats that had preserved his life through 7 years of solitary travel. Yet within this outward consistency, something fundamental had changed. The wasteland remained dangerous and unpredictable, but it was no longer quite so empty. As James continued his journey toward distant Lexington, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another story of family connection unfolded in gentler circumstances. Near a weathered roadside, a small family had transformed an abandoned diner into an unexpected haven of warmth and welcome. While travelers frequently passed this humble establishment without notice, those who stopped discovered something precious. A hearth where simple meals and shared stories created momentary community amid wasteland isolation. As our siblings part with newfound connection, our next tale beckons from a most unexpected sanctuary. Join us for the hearth, where a family's simple kindness creates respite for weary wasteland travelers. Evening descended upon the Commonwealth with gentle grace, painting the wasteland in soft hues of amber and lavender. Long shadows stretched across the broken landscape, softening the harsh edges of destruction and decay that defined the daylight hours. The cooling air carried subtle scents of wild mutfruit blossoms and the earthy aroma of soil finally releasing the day's accumulated heat. Along a cracked highway that meandered through the northwestern reaches of the Commonwealth, a weathered roadside diner stood in peaceful solitude. Unlike many structures that had surrendered completely to nuclear devastation and subsequent decades of neglect, this modest building had somehow retained much of its structural integrity. The faded sign reading "Sunrise Diner" hung at an angle from rusted chains, its once vibrant colors now muted by radiation and time, but still legible against the darkening sky. From a distance, the diner might have appeared abandoned like countless other remnants of the world before the bombs. Closer inspection, however, revealed subtle signs of current habitation. A carefully tended garden of radiation-resistant vegetables growing where the parking lot had once accommodated automobiles. Modest fortifications constructed with practical rather than aggressive intent. And, most notably, the warm glow of firelight emanating from windows that had been thoughtfully repaired with salvaged materials. Inside the diner, the Parker family moved through their evening routine with the comfortable rhythm of people who had established meaningful patterns amid wasteland uncertainty. Samuel, a man in his early 40s with gentle eyes that belied the weathered strength of his frame, carefully tended a cooking fire constructed in what had once been the diner's kitchen area. Clever modifications to the existing ventilation system allowed smoke to escape while maintaining the heat that would be necessary as night cooled the Commonwealth air. His wife Eleanor worked alongside him, her movements displaying the efficient grace of someone who had transformed necessary survival tasks into something approaching artistry. She stirred a large pot of stew simmering over the flames, occasionally adding carefully measured herbs from small containers arranged on a nearby shelf. The delicious aroma filled the diner's interior, creating an atmosphere of domestic comfort, remarkable in its contrast to the harsh realities that typically defined wasteland existence. Their daughter Lily, a thoughtful child of 12 whose quiet observance often masked remarkable perceptiveness, arranged mismatched plates and utensils on the diner's counter. Unlike many children raised in the wasteland's constant insecurity, Lily moved with the confident ease of someone who had known relative stability throughout her young life. Her dark hair was gathered in neat braids tied with faded ribbons that represented one of the small luxuries the family permitted themselves. "How many places should I set, Mum?" Lily asked, pausing in her task to count the available settings. "Standard 5, or do you think we'll have visitors tonight?" Eleanor glanced up from her cooking, a thoughtful expression crossing her features. "The weather's fair, and it's been 3 days since anyone came through. Travelers tend to arrive in patterns. Let's prepare for 2 extra, just in case." This consideration for unknown potential guests might have seemed peculiar in a world where strangers typically represented threat rather than opportunity. Yet the Parker family had established something unusual in their converted diner, a place of welcome amid the wasteland's harsh uncertainty. Offering modest hospitality to travelers who discovered their isolated haven, not a formal establishment or trading post, but something more personal and therefore precious, a hearth of human kindness in a world where such warmth had become increasingly rare. "Rain coming tomorrow?" Samuel noted as he added another piece of carefully split wood to their fire. "Feels it in my knee. The old injury always knows." He smiled as he said this, the observation carrying no bitterness, despite the chronic pain that had ended his days as a caravan guard years earlier. "More reason to expect someone tonight," Eleanor replied, sampling the stew with a carved wooden spoon before adding a pinch of salt preserved from their last trading expedition. "Experienced travelers will be seeking shelter before the weather turns." The diner had been their home for nearly 5 years. Discovered during a desperate search for sanctuary after their previous settlement had disbanded due to resource scarcity. What had initially been temporary refuge had gradually transformed into something permanent, as they recognized the location's unique advantages. Positioned along what had once been a major highway, but distant enough from larger settlements to avoid raider attention, the diner occupied a niche in the Commonwealth's human geography. Not significant enough to contest over, yet useful to those who knew of its existence. Through careful, incremental improvements, they had transformed the abandoned building into a functional dwelling. The booth seating remained largely intact, now serving as comfortable resting areas. The long counter had been repurposed as food preparation and dining space. A wood-burning stove constructed from salvaged metal provided heat during colder months. Rain barrels connected to modified gutters collected precious water, supplemented by a nearby stream when seasonal rains grew scarce. Beyond these practical considerations, the Parkers had accomplished something rarer still. They had created beauty amid desolation. Faded curtains salvaged from abandoned homes, added color to repaired windows. Wild flowers arranged in makeshift vases brightened tabletops. String lights constructed from salvaged bulbs and carefully rationed generator power created a warm ambience as darkness gathered beyond their walls. These weren't mere decorations, but deliberate affirmations that existence could transcend mere survival. That home meant more than shelter, even in the wasteland. As full darkness settled across the Commonwealth, Samuel completed a final perimeter check before securing the diner's entrances for the evening. They maintained no formal defenses beyond simple alarms, tin cans strung along potential approach paths, a modified sensor light that activated if anything larger than a radroach approached the main entrance after dark. Their security derived more from isolation and reputation than fortification. They possessed little worth stealing compared to the goodwill they had established among regular travelers of the northwestern routes. "Al secure," Samuel announced as he returned to the main dining area, rubbing his knee absently as he settled onto a stool near the counter. "Though I've left the side entrance on standard approach protocol, in case anyone comes seeking shelter overnight." Standard approach protocol represented their balanced response to wasteland realities. Neither naive openness nor paranoid isolation. The side entrance remained accessible, but arranged so approach would make sufficient noise to alert without alarming, allowing peaceful travelers access while preventing surprise by those with harmful intent. Years of welcoming strangers had refined this system through practical experience rather than formal planning. Lily finished arranging the additional place settings with careful attention to detail, ensuring each mismatched cup and plate aligned perfectly despite their varied origins. "Do you think Mr. Harrison will come through again soon? He promised to bring me another book if he found one on his trading route." Eleanor smiled at her daughter's continued enthusiasm for reading, a skill they had prioritized despite educational resources being among the Commonwealth's scarcest commodities. His regular circuit would bring him this way within the week, though, caravan routes sometimes change based on conditions. "I've nearly finished the one he brought last time," Lily said, moving to a shelf where several precious books stood carefully arranged. Some pre-war finds in remarkable condition, others hand-copied texts created by those dedicated to preserving knowledge through the wasteland's challenging conditions. "Just 3 chapters left, but I've been reading slowly to make it last longer." This small exchange exemplified the environment the Parkers had created for their daughter, one where intellectual curiosity received nurturing despite practical challenges, where connections formed through genuine kindness rather than mere transaction, where childhood wonder remained possible despite the harsh world beyond their repaired windows, not sheltered from wasteland realities, but offered balance through exposure to humanity's better possibilities, alongside its evident capacity for destruction. As they settled around the counter for their evening meal, a sudden noise from outside interrupted their domestic tranquility, the distinctive sound of their proximity alarm activating, followed by the subtle metallic clicking of tin cans disturbed along the western approach path. Someone was approaching the diner after nightfall, their movement pattern suggesting deliberate care rather than hostile intent. Samuel rose smoothly, years of caravan guard experience evident in his controlled response despite his injury. Sounds like a single traveler, moving cautiously but not attempting stealth. His assessment carried no alarm, merely practical evaluation as he moved toward the side entrance, with Eleanor following at a measured distance, a simple but well-maintained hunting rifle held casually but accessibly at her side. The family had developed a clear protocol for evening visitors. Samuel would make initial contact through the reinforced side door, Eleanor maintaining protective oversight without immediately displaying defensive posture, Lily remaining at the counter until visitor intentions became clear, not paranoia but prudence, the balanced caution that had allowed their unusual haven to exist amid wasteland uncertainties. "Hello, the diner," called a voice from beyond the door, mammal, calm but carrying the edge of weariness familiar to those accustomed to Commonwealth travel. Peaceful approach, was told by traders this was a safe rest point, caught in the open with darkness falling. Samuel exchanged a glance with Eleanor, whose slight nod confirmed shared assessment of the situation. "Stand visible in the sensor light, weapons holstered," Samuel called back, the standard request that allowed initial visual evaluation before more direct interaction. A moment later, the sensor light illuminated a figure standing as directed, a man perhaps in his early 30s, wearing the practical layered clothing of an experienced wasteland traveler. His equipment suggested self-sufficiency rather than raider aggression, weathered but well-maintained, focused on practical function rather than intimidation. A hunting rifle hung across his back, properly secured rather than held ready, and his empty hands remained visible in the gesture, universally recognized throughout the Commonwealth as indicating peaceful intent. After brief observation, Samuel opened the reinforced door, standing casually but strategically positioned should the initial assessment prove inaccurate. "Welcome, traveler. I'm Samuel Parker. This is our home. We offer shelter and a meal to those passing through, asking only respect for our space and contribution to conversation in return." The traveler nodded with evident relief, the tension in his shoulders visibly easing at the confirmation of welcome. Martin Wells, traveling from Cambridge to settlements west. Much appreciated shelter, happy to share news or supplies in exchange for hospitality. His abbreviated speech pattern reflected the practical communication efficiency common to those who spent extended periods in wasteland isolation, where conversation became a luxury rather than constant necessity. "Come in then, Martin," Samuel replied, stepping aside to allow entry while carefully observing the visitor's movement patterns for any indication that might contradict his peaceful presentation. "Evening meal is just being served. You're welcome to join us." As Martin entered, Eleanor returned the hunting rifle to its storage position near the door, accessible if needed, but no longer immediately present in their interaction. This small gesture represented their fundamental philosophy: preparation for potential danger without allowing fear to define their approach to wasteland existence. "Eleanor Parker," she introduced herself, with a warm smile that transformed her weathered features, revealing the person beneath the necessary watchfulness. "And that's our daughter, Lily, at the counter. You've arrived on a good night. Tartar and Brahmin stew with actual salt, a luxury in these parts." Martin's initially guarded demeanor softened visibly at this genuine welcome, his eyes taking in the diner's unexpectedly comfortable interior with barely concealed wonder. For someone accustomed to finding only danger or empty desolation in most structures, the warm light, cooking aromas, and evident care in the space's arrangement clearly represented something remarkable. "Been traveling 3 days from Cambridge," he explained as he carefully set his pack down near the entrance, respecting unspoken boundaries by not bringing unknown equipment further into their home without invitation. "Didn't expect to find this." He gestured vaguely at the diner's transformed interior, words seemingly inadequate to express the contrast between expectation and discovered reality. "We get that reaction often," Samuel acknowledged with good-natured understanding. "Please, join us. Food tastes better with company." The initial wariness that naturally accompanied any wasteland encounter gradually dissolved as they settled around the counter. Eleanor served generous portions of stew in mismatched bowls, accompanied by slices of cornbread, a special addition that explained the hearth fire having been lit earlier than usual that evening. Lily, initially quiet in the presence of a stranger, gradually emerged from her shyness as dinner progressed, her natural curiosity eventually overcoming caution. "Where are you traveling to?" she asked Martin during a lull in the adult's conversation, her direct question carrying the unfiltered interest characteristic of children even in the post-apocalyptic world. Martin seemed momentarily surprised by her direct address, but responded with appropriate seriousness rather than the condescension adults sometimes directed toward children. "Settlement called Relay Point. Small farming community near the Western Mountains. They've requested help establishing better perimeter defenses before winter." "Are you a builder?" Lily continued, genuine interest evident in her expression. "Security consultant," he clarified, though his tone suggested the formal title masked more complex reality. "Spent time with Minutemen years back. Now, independent. helping smaller settlements implement defensive measures, knowledge sharing more than direct protection. This information provided context that further reduced any lingering concerns about their visitors' nature. The Minutemen, though diminished from their historical prominence, maintained general reputation for constructive rather than exploitative approach to Commonwealth communities. Someone with that background likely shared values compatible with the Parkers' own philosophy regarding mutual support among wasteland survivors. As the meal progressed, conversation flowed with increasing ease, Martin gradually transitioning from the abbreviated communication style of solitary travelers to more natural expression as the diner's comfortable atmosphere worked its subtle effect. He shared recent news from Cambridge and settlements along his route, information valuable beyond mere social exchange in a world where communication networks remained fragmented and unreliable. Brotherhood's expanded patrols along southern routes, he noted, between appreciative spoonfuls of stew. Mostly positive for travelers. Reduced radar activity where they maintain presence. Trade caravans reporting safer passages between major settlements. Samuel nodded thoughtfully, mentally updating their internal map of regional conditions based on this information. Consistent with what we've heard from Western travelers, though opinions on Brotherhood themselves remain mixed, depending on settlement politics. This exchange exemplified the unexpected function their diner had gradually assumed within regional information flow, a neutral gathering point where travelers shared observations without settlement political considerations coloring transmission. Not an intentional intelligence hub, but a natural consequence of providing warm food and genuine welcome in a world where both remained exceptional rather than expected. As the evening progressed, the diner's atmosphere grew increasingly comfortable. Samuel added wood to the hearth fire at carefully timed intervals, maintaining steady warmth without excessive smoke. Eleanor produced a small pot of herbal tea, another luxury in the wasteland context, brewed from plants cultivated specifically for this purpose in their garden. Lily retrieved one of her precious books, initially reading quietly to herself, but eventually sharing particularly interesting passages when conversation naturally ebbed. Martin gradually relaxed into this unexpected domestic tranquility, his initially vigilant posture softening as genuine safety registered at levels deeper than conscious assessment. For someone accustomed to constant alertness during wasteland travel, the diner represented rare opportunity for authentic rest. Not merely physical recuperation, but brief respite from the hypervigilance necessary for survival in unprotected environments. Been traveling Commonwealth routes for 7 years, he shared during a contemplative moment, cradling the chipped mug of tea between calloused hands. Stayed at dozens of settlements, trading posts and way stations. Never encountered anything quite like what you've created here. Eleanor smiled at this observation, exchanging a glance with Samuel that contained years of shared purpose and understanding. We didn't set out to establish anything unusual, simply tried to create the kind of home we wished existed for travelers when we were on the road ourselves, years ago. Started small, Samuel added, the firelight accentuating the gentle lines experience had carved around his eyes. Offering water and safe rest to individual travelers. Gradually expanded as resources permitted. Found purpose in providing something beyond mere survival. This simple explanation contained the essence of what made their converted diner remarkable within the Commonwealth context. Not grand ambition or ideological statement, but incremental expression of basic humanity, often forgotten amid wasteland hardship. Their actions arose from personal experience transformed into practical empathy, creating ripples of positive impact without self-importance or expectation of reward beyond the community gradually forming through their consistent kindness. How do you maintain this? Martin asked, the question emerging from genuine curiosity rather than skepticism. Most settlements struggle with resource scarcity, security concerns, basic survival needs. Yet you offer hospitality to strangers regularly. Careful balance, Eleanor acknowledged. We grow most of our food. Limited target profile keeps raider attention focused elsewhere. Regular travelers contribute supplies when they can, though we never require payment. Network of mutual support rather than formal exchange. And people don't take advantage? The question contained no accusation, merely the natural wonder of someone whose wasteland experience had demonstrated humanity's capacity for exploitation more frequently than its potential for cooperation. Samuel's expression grew thoughtful, his response measured rather than defensive. Sometimes they try. We've had things stolen, encountered those with harmful intent. But those remain exceptions rather than patterns. Most respond to genuine welcome with equivalent respect. We believe in preparing for difficulty without expecting it, Eleanor added, her practical wisdom evident in the simple statement. The Commonwealth contains both danger and decency. Which we encounter most often depends partly on what we ourselves project into the world. This philosophy, neither naive optimism nor cynical paranoia, but balanced realism tempered with deliberate hope, had guided the Parkers through years of wasteland existence. Their converted diner represented physical manifestation of this approach. Modest defenses maintained without fortress mentality. Resources shared generously, but not recklessly. Welcome extended with authentic warmth alongside quiet preparedness for less positive possibilities. As night deepened around the isolated diner, their conversation gradually transitioned toward more personal territories. Not through invasive questioning, but via the natural unfolding that occurs when genuine human connection develops in conducive conditions. Martin spoke briefly of his childhood in a settlement long since abandoned, his time with the Minutemen during their stronger period, his gradual transition to independent consulting as organizational structure deteriorated following leadership changes. The Parkers shared aspects of their own journey, meeting as young adults in a farming settlement near what had once been Worcester, their decision to travel west seeking better conditions, the accident that had injured Samuel's knee during a raider attack on the caravan they had joined, and eventually discovering the abandoned diner that had transformed from temporary shelter to permanent home through incremental improvement. Lily contributed to this exchange of histories with occasional questions that often demonstrated surprising insight for her age, perceptions shaped by growing up in an environment where meaningful conversation with diverse travelers had supplemented her formal education. Her curiosity remained untainted by the cynicism often adopted by wasteland children as protective mechanism against continual disappointment. "Do you have a family somewhere?" she asked Martin during a natural pause in the adult's conversation, the direct question carrying no agenda beyond genuine interest. A shadow briefly crossed Martin's features, so subtle it might have gone unnoticed in less comfortable circumstances, or by less perceptive observers. "Not anymore," he replied after a moment's hesitation. "Had a brother in Diamond City years back. Lost contact during the Market District conflicts. Been mostly solitary since then." This simple statement, conveying profound loss without dramatic emphasis, created momentary silence filled with shared understanding rather than awkwardness. Everyone in the post-war world carried similar histories of separation and absence, the specifics different, but the fundamental experience universal enough that elaborate expression became unnecessary among those who truly listened. "That's partly why we created this place," Eleanor said eventually, her voice gentle without descending into pity. "The Commonwealth takes much from everyone. We wanted to establish something that gives instead, even if only a warm meal and safe rest for a single night. The conversation gradually returned to lighter subjects as evening progressed, toward true night. Outside, the Commonwealth darkness deepened until only stars provided illumination across the wasteland. Distant points of light unchanged by nuclear devastation or subsequent human struggles. Inside the diner, their small community of permanent residents and temporary visitors maintained the gentle rhythm of relaxed interaction, creating momentary but meaningful connection amid a world defined primarily by separation and loss. Eventually, practical considerations regarding rest asserted themselves. The Parkers maintained a simple guest area in what had once been the diner's storage room, now furnished with a comfortable sleeping mat and basic amenities for overnight visitors. Martin accepted this accommodation with evident gratitude, his typically guarded wasteland demeanor having gradually yielded to genuine appreciation throughout the evening. "You've created something rare," he observed as Eleanor showed him to the guest space. "Not just shelter or trading post. Actual hospitality. Reminds people what we're surviving for, beyond mere continuation." Eleanor smiled at this perceptive assessment. "That's perhaps the nicest way anyone's described our little operation. Rest well, Martin. Breakfast is usually simple but filling. You're welcome to join us before continuing your journey." After ensuring their guest had settled comfortably, the family completed their own evening routine, securing entrances while maintaining emergency exits, banking the hearth fire to provide overnight warmth without requiring constant attention, arranging their sleeping areas within the main diner space. These actions proceeded with the comfortable efficiency of long-established patterns, each family member completing their responsibilities without need for direction or discussion. Lily's bedtime routine included a cherished tradition, regardless of whether visitors were present. Eleanor or Samuel would read aloud from whatever book currently held their daughter's interest, continuing the family's commitment to maintaining intellectual connection with the world that had existed before bombs transformed civilization. Tonight, Samuel sat beside Lily's sleeping area, softly reading a chapter from a remarkably preserved collection of pre-war natural history. The description of ocean ecosystems, particularly fascinating to a child who had never seen bodies of water larger than the Commonwealth's modest lakes and rivers. As Samuel's gentle voice filled their home with images of coral reefs and deep ocean trenches, Eleanor completed final security checks with the subtle vigilance that complemented her husband's more obvious protective presence. Their partnership had evolved over years to balance each other's natural tendencies. Samuel's openness tempered by Eleanor's practical caution, her strategic thinking complemented by his intuitive assessment of others' character. Together, they had created something neither could have maintained alone. Not just physical safety, but emotional sanctuary for themselves and their daughter. Eventually, Lily's eyes grew heavy despite her fascination with underwater forests of kelp and communities of colorful fish. Samuel marked their place in the book with a carefully preserved ribbon before placing it on the nearby shelf, then gently tucked the blanket around his daughter's shoulders. "Sleep well, curious one. The ocean will still be there in the book tomorrow." Eleanor extinguished most of the diner's lights as they prepared for sleep themselves, leaving only a single lantern burning dim near the guest room entrance, enough illumination for orientation if their visitor needed to move during night, but subdued enough to permit proper rest. The modified fireplace continued radiating gentle warmth throughout the space, its carefully constructed chimney drawing smoke efficiently without letting precious heat escape too quickly. As the Parker family settled into sleep within their unusual home, the wasteland night continued its quiet progression outside their walls. Distant sounds occasionally penetrated their awareness, the call of a nightbird adapted to radiation-altered environment, the soft rustling of nocturnal creatures moving through underbrush near the highway. the whisper of wind across broken asphalt and weathered metal. These sounds, registered without triggering alarm, categorized subconsciously as normal environmental patterns rather than potential threats. In the guest room, Martin experienced a quality of rest rarely available during wasteland travel. The simple comfort of sleeping indoors without need for constant vigilance. The lingering warmth from both hearth fire and human connection. The subtle security of being welcomed rather than merely tolerated. These elements combine to create deeper relaxation than typically possible when survival required perpetual alertness. His breathing gradually slowed to the rhythm of genuine sleep rather than the shallow rest characteristic of those maintaining partial awareness even in unconscious states. Morning arrived with gentle persistence, light gradually strengthening across the Commonwealth landscape. Inside the diner, Eleanor woke first, as was her custom, moving quietly through their home to rekindle the hearth fire and begin preparation for the day ahead. The subtle domestic sounds of her movement, wood being carefully arranged, water poured into cooking vessels, containers opened and closed with practiced efficiency, created a peaceful backdrop as Samuel and Lily gradually transitioned from sleep to wakefulness at their own natural pace. The aroma of something remarkable soon filled the diner's interior. Coffee, genuine pre-war coffee carefully rationed from beans acquired through trading with a specialized caravan months earlier. This precious commodity was reserved for special occasions or particularly difficult mornings when additional fortification seemed necessary. Today it represented extension of hospitality to their visitor, a small luxury offered freely, despite its significant value in Commonwealth. Martin emerged from the guest room as these preparations neared completion, his expression suggesting momentary disorientation before memory fully realigned with present circumstances. The unexpected comfort of genuine rest often created this brief disconnect for those accustomed to wasteland vigilance, the body responding to actual safety in ways that surprised conscious expectation. "Good morning," Eleanor greeted him with simple warmth. "Coffee's nearly ready." Actual coffee, not the usual substitutes. Samuel's checking the perimeter and gathering fresh greens for breakfast. Should be a clear day for traveling, though those rain clouds are building western. "You're brewing real coffee?" Martin asked, surprise momentarily overwhelming his typical reserved demeanor. "Haven't encountered that outside Diamond City Market or Brotherhood Senior Officer Quarters. Extraordinary luxury out here." Eleanor smiled at his evident appreciation for the gesture's significance. Hospitality means more when it represents genuine sharing rather than merely offering surplus. "Please, sit. It should be ready shortly." The morning proceeded with the same comfortable rhythm that had characterized their evening gathering. Samuel returned from his perimeter check with fresh greens harvested from their garden and eggs collected from the small coop they maintained behind the diner. 2 chickens, adapted to Commonwealth conditions, providing modest but precious protein to supplement their primarily vegetable diet. Breakfast came together through their coordinated efforts, Eleanor cooking while Samuel prepared tea from their herb garden, Lily setting the counter with the same careful attention she had demonstrated the previous evening. Martin observed this domestic choreography with quiet appreciation, occasionally offering assistance where appropriate, but primarily allowing the family their established routine. The meal itself represented another expression of genuine hospitality. Fresh eggs prepared with greens and herbs, cornbread left from the previous evening, and the promised coffee served in their least chipped cups reserved for special occasions. Conversation during breakfast focused primarily on practical matters: weather expectations, condition of routes in various directions, recent reports of settlement developments or potential hazards to avoid. This exchange served multiple functions beyond mere sociability, updating their visitors' navigational awareness while incorporating his observations into the Parker's own mental map of Commonwealth conditions. The collaborative information sharing that helped all wasteland travelers navigate changing circumstances more safely. Northwest route should be clear to Relay Point, Samuel noted as they discussed Martin's onward journey. Caravan passed through 3 days ago, reported no significant obstructions, though they mentioned increased mole rat activity near the old highway interchange. Worth maintaining awareness in that sector. Martin nodded appreciation for this specific intelligence. Valuable information, adds approximately half day to journey but preferable to unexpected encounters. Will adjust route accordingly. As breakfast concluded and preparation for departure began, the temporary community they had established began its natural dissolution. Martin gathered his equipment with the efficient movements of someone accustomed to frequent relocation, checking and securing each item with practiced thoroughness. The Parkers continued their morning routine, clearing dishes, banking the fire for slower burning throughout the day, discussing tasks that would occupy their hours until evening approached once again. When the time for departure arrived, their farewell carried the genuine warmth that had characterized the entire encounter. Martin stood at the diner's entrance, pack secured across his shoulders, expression reflecting something beyond the typical watchful neutrality of wasteland travelers. "Thank you," he said simply, the words carrying weight beyond their conventional usage. Not just for shelter and food, for reminder of what communities can be at their best. Samuel nodded understanding, recognizing the deeper significance beneath the straightforward statement. "Safe travels, Martin. Door remains open should your path bring you this way again." "Un moment, Lily," interjected unexpectedly, disappearing briefly before returning with something clutched carefully in her hands. She offered the item to Martin with surprising directness. A small book, its cover worn but still clearly displaying the title, Field Guide to North American Wildlife. "You mentioned helping settlements establish gardens alongside defenses," she explained, her young voice carrying the serious tone of someone making a considered rather than impulsive gesture. "This has pictures of plants that survived radiation adaptation. Might help identify useful species during your travels. I've finished reading it 3 times already." Martin accepted this unexpected gift with evident recognition of its significance. Not merely the practical value of its information, but the remarkable generosity of a child willingly sharing one of her most precious possessions. "I'll return it when our paths cross again," he promised, the statement reflecting genuine intention rather than merely polite response. "Or pass it to someone else who needs the knowledge," Lily replied with wisdom beyond her years. "Books should travel too." This final exchange perfectly encapsulated the philosophy the Parkers had established in their converted diner. Genuine generosity offered without expectation of direct reciprocation, creating ripples of positive impact that might extend far beyond their immediate circumstances. Not naive idealism, but practical expression of the belief that humanity's better qualities deserve deliberate nurturing amid wasteland challenges. Martin departed with final nods of appreciation, his figure gradually diminishing against the Commonwealth landscape as he moved westward along the cracked highway. The Parker family watched briefly before returning to their daily responsibilities: garden tending, equipment maintenance, preparation for whatever the coming evening might bring in terms of weather or potential visitors. The diner settled into its daytime rhythm, quieter than evening gatherings, but still carrying the subtle energy of purpose and care that distinguished it from abandoned structures throughout the wasteland. Outside, the Commonwealth stretched in all directions, its dangers and opportunities existing in perpetual tension. Inside these repaired walls, something precious continued developing through consistent small actions rather than dramatic gestures. A hearth of genuine welcome in a world where such warmth had become increasingly rare. As the day progressed toward evening once more, new travelers would perhaps discover this unexpected haven along their journey. The Parker family would offer the same genuine welcome, warm food, safe rest, and human connection without demand for payment beyond basic respect. Their small acts of hospitality creating momentary community amid wasteland isolation, reminding visitors that survival gained meaning primarily through what it enabled people to share with one another. The diner's hearth would continue burning, both literally and symbolically, a small point of warmth and light in the vast, broken landscape of the Commonwealth, not changing the entire world, but creating significant difference within the sphere they could practically influence. Their philosophy expressed through consistent action rather than elaborate declaration, that even amid nuclear devastation and subsequent struggle, humans retained capacity for kindness worth preserving alongside more obvious survival requirements. While the Parkers continued their quiet work of hospitality at the roadside diner, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another tale of determination unfolded through daily labor. A parent and child worked methodically to transform broken ruins into secure shelter, each salvaged board and carefully placed stone representing promise kept despite overwhelming odds. As our travelers find momentary respite at the hearth, our final tale beckons from a half-collapsed structure slowly becoming home. Join us for the promise, where determined love builds a future, one small victory at a time. Morning light filtered through the Commonwealth in gentle increments, painting the wasteland in soft hues of gold and amber. The harsh edges of destruction that defined the landscape in harsher daylight softened in this early illumination, casting long shadows that seemed to smooth the broken contours of a world transformed by nuclear devastation decades earlier. A light mist clung to lower areas, creating an almost ethereal quality to the scene, nature's temporary softening of humanity's most terrible handiwork. On a modest hill overlooking a small valley, a structure stood in the quiet morning light, neither completely ruined nor properly whole, existing in the intermediate state that characterized so many remnants of the world before the bombs. What had once been a small farmhouse now presented a study in determined reclamation. One section remained partially collapsed, its roof opened to the sky and walls crumbled beyond practical repair. Yet the adjoining portion showed clear signs of careful restoration. Patched walls using salvaged materials, a roof methodically repaired with corrugated metal and carefully sealed joints, windows covered with translucent material that allowed light while preserving heat. Moving around this structure with purpose and quiet determination was a woman in her late 30s, her movements displaying the efficient precision of someone who had learned to conserve energy through necessity rather than choice. Nora worked methodically, gathering materials from a carefully organized collection of salvage positioned near what had once been the farmhouse's back door. Her clothing showed the practical layering common to Commonwealth residents. Sturdy pants, reinforced at stress points, a faded flannel shirt covered by a leather vest, offering additional protection without sacrificing mobility, and sturdy boots that had clearly seen extensive repair rather than replacement. Her face told a story of resilience through hardship. Lines around her eyes spoke of squinting against irradiated dust storms and watchful vigilance during countless nights of uncertain security. A scar traced her left cheek from jawline to temple, the healed tissue slightly paler than her sun-weathered complexion. Yet her movements conveyed purposeful energy rather than resignation, her expression reflecting determination that transcended mere survival to approach something more meaningful: creation amid destruction. From inside the partially restored structure came sounds of movement, followed by a child's voice calling out with the unfiltered enthusiasm that somehow persisted even in this broken world. "Mom, I found another one of those blue plates. That makes 4 now, almost enough for everyone." A smile transformed Nora's weathered features at this announcement, softening the habitual vigilance into momentary warmth. "Excellent work, Eli. Careful with the edges, though. Remember what happened with the chipped one." The reminder carried no scolding, merely practical concern, reflecting the wasteland reality where even minor injuries could escalate without proper medical resources. Moments later, a boy of about 9 appeared in the doorway, his slender frame vibrant with energy despite the challenging circumstances of his upbringing. Eli's dark hair fell in unruly waves around a face that somehow maintained childhood's openness, despite being born into a world that often punished such vulnerability. In his hands, he carefully cradled a blue ceramic plate, dusty but remarkably intact, its simple pattern a reminder of domestic comfort from the world before the bombs. "I'm being careful," he assured his mother, holding the plate with exaggerated caution that made her smile again. "Found it behind that cabinet we haven't moved yet. There might be more stuff back there." Nora nodded, appreciating both his discovery and his developing awareness of resource location, a crucial survival skill in their scavenging-dependent existence. "We'll check later today. For now, put it with the others in the washing basin. After breakfast, we can clean them properly before shelving." This simple exchange reflected the careful balance Nora maintained in raising her son amid wasteland challenges, encouraging his natural childhood curiosity and enthusiasm while gradually introducing the practical skills necessary for survival. Not sheltering him from reality, but providing context that allowed him to develop resilience without surrendering joy or wonder to the harsh circumstances of their world. As Eli returned inside with his treasure, Nora resumed her methodical work preparing for the day's primary project. From her organized salvage collection, she selected several lengths of dimensional lumber, remnants of pre-war construction that had somehow survived both nuclear devastation and subsequent decades of scavenging. Each piece had been carefully cleaned of nails and debris, sanded to prevent splinters and sorted by relative strength and utility. Alongside the wood lay metal brackets, salvaged screws, and crude but functional tools. A hammer with a repaired handle, a handsaw maintained through regular filing, and a level constructed from salvaged components. This collection represented months of careful gathering during scavenging expeditions to abandoned structures throughout the surrounding area. Each nail, each bracket, each viable piece of wood had been evaluated, transported, and preserved for specific purposes rather than immediate use. The long-term planning that distinguished settlement builders from mere survivors in the post-war world. Today's purpose involved continuing the restoration of what would become their permanent home. The partially collapsed farmhouse had been discovered 4 months earlier during one of their longer exploration journeys. Unlike many structures that had surrendered completely to nuclear devastation and subsequent decades of exposure, this modest building had maintained sufficient structural integrity in one section to permit rehabilitation rather than requiring complete reconstruction. Its position on elevated ground provided good drainage during radiation storms, while the surrounding landscape offered clear sight lines for security without the complete exposure that made many hilltop locations untenable during adverse weather. For Nora and Eli, The farmhouse represented something beyond mere shelter. It offered potential for genuine settlement after years of nomadic existence. Following the violent dissolution of their previous community 2 years earlier, they had moved between temporary locations throughout the Commonwealth, never remaining in one place long enough to establish more than basic amenities. This constant movement had provided security through unpredictability, but extracted significant costs in comfort, resource efficiency, and particularly in Eli's developmental needs for stability and community connection. The decision to attempt permanent settlement had not been made lightly. Nora had spent weeks assessing the location's viability, evaluating water access, security parameters, soil quality for potential cultivation, proximity to scavenging resources, and distance from known hostile territories. Only after methodical consideration of these factors had she committed their limited resources to transformation rather than continued movement. "Breakfast is getting cold, Mum," Eli called from the doorway, interrupting her momentary reflection. "I stirred it like you showed me so it wouldn't stick to the bottom." This small demonstration of developing self-sufficiency brought another smile to Nora's features as she gathered the tools she would need for the morning's work. "Good job, buddy. I'm coming now." Inside their partially restored home, evidence of methodical transformation was visible in every direction. What had once been an abandoned shell now showed clear signs of deliberate reclamation. Walls had been patched using salvaged materials, floors swept clean and covered with salvaged rugs where available, windows covered with translucent material that allowed light while preserving heat. A small wood-burning stove constructed from salvaged metal provided both cooking capability and warmth during colder periods. Simple furniture crafted from available materials created basic comfort. A table and chairs constructed from various salvaged components, sleeping pallets elevated from the floor for both comfort and protection from radroaches or other small pests. Most telling were the small touches that transformed mere shelter into attempted home. Wildflowers arranged in a salvaged vase, colorful fabrics hung to separate sleeping areas and add visual warmth. A small collection of books carefully preserved on a makeshift shelf. These elements represented Nora's deliberate effort to create normalcy for Eli, despite their challenging circumstances. Not merely surviving, but attempting to build something resembling proper childhood within post-apocalyptic limitations. Their breakfast consisted of simple but nutritious fare: porridge made from razor grain cultivated by a nearby settlement and traded for mechanical repair work Nora had performed on their water pump. Dried mut fruit added sweetness without consuming precious sugar reserves, while Brahmin milk acquired through the same trading relationship provided protein often lacking in wasteland diets. Though modest by pre-war standards, this meal represented significant improvement over the scarcity that had defined their nomadic period. "What are we building today?" Eli asked between enthusiastic spoonfuls, his expression reflecting the genuine interest he took in their ongoing restoration project. Unlike many children born into the wasteland, who developed early cynicism as protective measure against constant disappointment, Eli maintained remarkable capacity for enthusiasm and hope, qualities Nora worked consciously to preserve despite their challenging circumstances. "We're going to frame the new south wall for what will be your bedroom," she explained, her tone conveying the project's significance while maintaining practical focus. "The existing structure is stable enough to support a proper addition if we're careful with the connection points. By winter, you'll have a space with actual privacy." This prospect clearly excited Eli, whose current sleeping area consisted of a cordoned section of their main living space. "Will it have a window? A real one that opens?" His question reflected childlike prioritization of specific details rather than overall practical considerations. The particular features that represented progress in his developing understanding of home. That's the plan. I've been saving that intact window frame we found at the hardware store ruins. It's the right size for the south wall, and the orientation will give good light while minimizing radiation exposure during storms. Nora's explanation balanced encouraging his interest while integrating practical education about construction principles, the ongoing teaching that occurred through normal conversation rather than formal instruction. Their breakfast completed, they moved with practiced efficiency through cleanup and preparation for the day's work. Eli had specific responsibilities appropriate to his age and abilities, gathering water from their collection barrels for washing dishes, storing remaining food in their rodent-proof containers, and organizing the tools they would need for construction. Nora handled heavier tasks while maintaining awareness of their surroundings, the habitual vigilance that had kept them alive through years of wasteland challenges. The morning air had warmed considerably by the time they began actual construction, the mist burning away to reveal a clear day with good visibility across the surrounding landscape. This weather represented ideal conditions for their project, dry enough for proper wood handling without wind that might complicate positioning of larger frame components. Nora consulted her hand-drawn plans spread across a flat piece of salvaged plywood before marking measurement points on the existing structure. First step is establishing a solid connection to the existing frame, she explained as Eli watched attentively. We need to identify the structural supports beneath the exterior covering, since they'll bear the weight of our new wall. This ongoing explanation served multiple purposes beyond mere instruction. It engaged Eli meaningfully in the construction process, developed his practical knowledge for future independence, and created natural opportunity for language enrichment, often lacking in wasteland childhood experiences. Nora had maintained this educational approach since his earliest years, transforming daily activities into learning opportunities without the formal structures that had existed in pre-war educational systems. Their work proceeded with methodical care throughout the morning hours. Nora handled tasks requiring greater strength or technical skill, cutting dimensional lumber to specific measurements, securing major support beams, assessing structural integrity at connection points. Eli participated in ways appropriate to his capabilities, holding measuring tools, retrieving specific items when needed, and gradually taking on simple hammering tasks under close supervision. Their collaboration reflected years of developing partnership, not merely parent and child, but a functional team, adapted to wasteland realities, where every member contributed according to ability. As midday approached, the initial frame components had taken recognizable shape against the existing structure. Though still incomplete, the emerging wall represented significant progress toward their goal of expanded living space before winter's arrival. Nora stepped back to assess their morning's work with critical attention to both aesthetic alignment and structural integrity. Looking good, buddy? The corner posts are properly vertical and the horizontal supports are level within acceptable tolerance. Her assessment balanced professional evaluation with encouragement, acknowledging their achievement while maintaining appropriate standards. Time for a break before continuing. The afternoon heat will make working with the metal roofing components uncomfortable. Their midday rest period took place in the shade of a large oak tree that had somehow survived both nuclear devastation and subsequent environmental changes. Its massive trunk and spreading branches provided natural cooling through evaporation, creating a microclimate noticeably more comfortable than surrounding areas exposed to direct sunlight. Beneath this natural shelter, they shared a simple lunch of dried Brahmin meat and carrot-like vegetables cultivated from radiation-adapted seeds. "Do you think we'll have visitors soon?" Eli asked during a natural pause in their meal, his question reflecting underlying desire for wider social connection beyond their two-person family unit. Nora considered his question with appropriate seriousness rather than dismissive reassurance. Possibly, once the basic structure is secure and defensible, we can consider reaching out to nearby settlements about trading relationships. The Rogers family at the crossing mentioned they might have extra seedlings to trade for mechanical help when we passed through last month. This response reflected her balanced approach to their isolation, acknowledging Ellie's natural need for broader community while prioritizing security fundamentals before establishing wider connections. Unlike some wasteland parents who either completely isolated their children from external contact or exposed them prematurely to potential dangers, Nora sought appropriate middle ground that would allow gradual, assessed integration with trustworthy elements of surrounding community. Their rest period concluded, they prepared to resume work as afternoon heat began its gradual decline toward evening temperatures. The construction plan called for completing the basic wall frame before addressing roofing components, a sequencing that reflected both structural requirements and practical consideration of materials handling in varying temperature conditions. As Nora gathered tools for the afternoon session, her attention caught sudden movement along the western approach to their homestead. Her posture shifted instantly from relaxed to alert, hand moving automatically toward the weathered but well-maintained hunting rifle positioned within easy reach during all outdoor activities. Not aiming but prepared, her reaction reflected ingrained caution rather than immediate assumption of hostile intent. "Ile," she said quietly, her tone conveying specific meaning they had established through previous security drills. "Collection duty, please." Without question or argument, Eli immediately understood this communication, moving calmly to gather their scattered tools and personal items while maintaining proximity to established retreat positions. Not panicked rushing, but efficient response to potential concern. His actions demonstrating well-practiced security protocols appropriate to his age and capabilities. The approaching figure gradually resolved into clearer definition, a solitary traveler moving with the measured pace of someone conserving energy during longer distance travel rather than approaching with hostile intent. Male, middle-aged, judging by his movement patterns, carrying a backpack that suggested trading capacity rather than raiding equipment. Most notably, his path maintained the main approach trail rather than utilizing concealment options that would have been chosen by someone with ambush intentions. Nora maintained vigilant observation while completing her assessment, rifle present but not aimed in an escalatory manner. Years of wasteland experience had taught crucial distinction between appropriate caution and premature aggression, the balanced response that prevented unnecessary conflict while maintaining effective security. "Hello, the house," the traveler called when reaching conventional hailing distance, his voice carrying clear intention to announce presence rather than approach undetected. "Peaceful intentions." Thomas from Covenant Settlement. Trading circuit? This identification contained useful intelligence beyond mere naming. Covenant represented one of the more established settlements, with generally positive reputation for legitimate trade rather than exploitation. Their regular trading circuits were known for maintaining consistent routes and reasonable exchange practices, operating under community oversight rather than individual opportunism. "Acknowledged," Nora called back, maintaining cautious protocol while allowing potential for non-hostile interaction. "State your business." "Circuit trading, mechanical parts, medical supplies, seed stock. Looking for salvaged electronics, pre-war components, technical documentation." His response provided standard trading parameters rather than specific interest in their location. suggesting routine circuit rather than targeted approach. After brief consideration, Nora made calculated decision balancing security with opportunity. Approach to the oak, visual range maintained. This direction provided controlled interaction parameters, meeting distance that allowed conversation without permitting close access to their home interior. Position that maintained clear sightlines, preventing ambush scenarios, and specific limitations suggesting temporary rather than extended interaction. The trader acknowledged these reasonable precautions with understanding nod, proceeding exactly as directed, without attempting variants that might trigger security concerns. As the trader approached the designated meeting point, Ely completed the tool collection and returned to Nora's side, not hiding behind her but standing slightly offset, position reflecting both protection and emerging independence appropriate to his development. His expression showed understandable curiosity, tempered by the situational awareness Nora had cultivated through years of careful guidance. "Appreciate the welcome," Thomas said as he reached the oak tree, maintaining reasonable distance that respected their established boundaries. His appearance matched his voice. A man, perhaps in his 50s, weathered by wasteland conditions but lacking the harder edges that characterized those who survived through exploitation rather than legitimate exchange. His pack was substantial but not excessive, suggesting carefully selected inventory rather than random scavenging collect. "Not many folks out this direction," he continued, setting his pack down with deliberate movements that avoided triggering security concerns. Covenant's expanding trading relationships, mapping viable routes between smaller settlements and homesteads. Recent establishment, Nora explained with measured information sharing. Neither complete transparency nor unnecessary secrecy. Restoration in progress rather than fully operational settlement. Thomas nodded understanding, his assessment taking in their partially completed construction with experienced evaluation. Solid foundation work, good site selection for drainage and sightlines. "You've got construction experience from before?" The question contained professional assessment rather than mere curiosity. Some engineering background adapted to current materials limitations. Nora's response acknowledged her pre-war knowledge while emphasizing practical adaptation to present circumstances. The balanced perspective that had guided their reconstruction efforts. The initial exchange established basic parameters for potential interaction, security concerns partially addressed through both verbal and non-verbal communication. After this foundation, Nora made calculated decision to permit limited trading opportunity, balancing continued caution with practical needs that might be addressed through unexpected resource access. "We have limited trade capacity at present," she noted, "but might have items of interest. What specifically are you carrying?" Thomas responded by carefully opening his pack, movements deliberately visible and non-threatening as he revealed organized inventory rather than haphazard collection, focusing on establishment necessities for outlying homesteads, water purification components, basic medical supplies, cultivation materials, some luxury items when space permits. This inventory description aligned with legitimate trading operation rather than raider disguise, the carefully categorized content suggesting community-backed expedition rather than opportunistic scavenging. Particularly noteworthy were sealed medical supplies, rare commodities typically available only through established settlement connections, rather than individual salvage operations. For the next 30 minutes, they engaged in measured trading discussion, examining specific items, evaluating exchange values, and negotiating balanced transactions based on relative scarcity and utility. rather than exploitation of either party's circumstance. Nora offered salvaged electronics components gathered during previous scavenging expeditions but not immediately necessary for their restoration project, while Thomas presented water purification tablets, antiseptic solutions, and most significantly, razor grain seedlings properly preserved for successful germination. Throughout this exchange, Eli observed with attentive interest, occasionally asking questions that demonstrated developing understanding of both practical values and exchange protocols. Thomas responded to these inquiries with appropriate seriousness, neither condescending to the child nor ignoring his participation in the family's decision process, a telling indicator of character often revealed through interaction with younger wasteland residents. "The seedlings are particularly valuable," Nora noted as they concluded their trading arrangement. "Cultivation potential significantly impacts long-term settlement viability." Thomas nodded agreement. Covenants prioritizing agricultural distribution. Settlement network strength depends on decentralized food production rather than centralized dependency. This philosophy aligned with sustainable development principles rather than exploitative relationship structures common to certain Commonwealth factions. As their transaction concluded, Thomas carefully repacked his remaining inventory, while Nora secured their newly acquired supplies with equal attention to proper handling. The exchange had proceeded with mutual respect and reasonable caution, the balanced interaction that characterized constructive wasteland relationships rather than the suspicion or exploitation that defined less functional encounters. Covenant maintains regular circuit through this region every 14 days, Thomas explained as he prepared for departure. Similar timing if weather and conditions permit. Would your location be amenable to regular trading point status? This question represented significant opportunity beyond immediate transaction. Potential inclusion in established trading network would provide regular access to resources otherwise unavailable through individual scavenging, while offering market for excess production once their settlement achieved sustainable operation. However, it also carried security implications requiring careful consideration rather than immediate acceptance. "Provisional interest," Nora replied after thoughtful assessment, "pending completion of basic security infrastructure and further evaluation of regional stability factors." Thomas accepted this measured response with professional understanding rather than sales pressure. "Reasonable parameters. Will note your location as potential network expansion with conditional status. Next circuit representative can assess development progress if permitted." This arrangement struck appropriate balance between opportunity and caution, establishing potential relationship pathway without premature commitment that might compromise their developing settlement's security. The interaction demonstrated the careful negotiation of trust that characterized sustainable Commonwealth relationships. Gradual development through demonstrated reliability rather than immediate assumption of aligned interests. With trading concluded and future parameters established, Thomas departed with the same measured efficiency that had characterized his arrival. Nora maintained watchful observation until he had moved beyond potential threat range. Security protocols completed despite the generally positive interaction experience. Only when appropriate distance had been established did she fully return attention to their interrupted construction project. "Seems nice," Eli observed as they gathered tools to resume work on the wall framing. "Do you think he'll really come back with more supplies?" Nora considered her response carefully, balancing encouragement of positive social expectations against realistic wasteland assessment. Covenant has maintained consistent trading patterns according to reports from other settlements. If their operational parameters remain stable, regular circuit visits are reasonably probable. This measured analysis represented her ongoing approach to Eli's development, neither fostering naive trust that might endanger him in future wasteland interactions, nor cultivating excessive cynicism that would undermine potential for constructive community relationships. The middle path required constant calibration based on specific circumstances, rather than rigid adherence to either extreme. Their afternoon construction work resumed with renewed energy, the trading interaction having provided both practical resources and psychological benefit through expanded human contact. Nora addressed the remaining wall framing components with methodical precision, while Eli contributed age-appropriate assistance with visibly increased enthusiasm following their unexpected social engagement. By late afternoon, the basic frame structure had been completed. Vertical supports properly aligned, horizontal members secured at appropriate intervals, and diagonal bracing installed to prevent future warping or shifting. Though interior finishing and exterior weatherproofing remained for subsequent work sessions, the fundamental structure now stood visible against the existing building, physical manifestation of their progress toward expanded living space. "It's really starting to look like a room," Eli observed with evident satisfaction as they gathered tools for end-of-day organization and storage. His expression reflected the particular pride that comes from participation in tangible creation, seeing direct results from personal effort rather than merely receiving completed provisions. "Good day's progress," Nora agreed, professional assessment tempered with genuine appreciation for their shared accomplishment. "Weather permitting, we should have exterior sheathing completed within 3 days, then roof components before addressing interior finishing." As late afternoon transitioned toward evening, they completed their daily shutdown routine. Tools properly cleaned and stored to prevent deterioration, construction materials covered against potential overnight precipitation, security measures verified across their perimeter. These actions proceeded with the comfortable efficiency of established pattern, each person completing assigned responsibilities without need for specific direction or oversight. Their evening meal preparation demonstrated similar collaborative rhythm, Ely handling tasks appropriate to his capabilities while Nora addressed elements requiring greater technical skill or safety awareness. The trading interaction had contributed welcome variety to their planned dinner, dried herbs acquired from Thomas, adding significant flavor enhancement to their standard provision of vegetable stew. As they ate at their simple table inside the secured portion of their developing home, the day's experiences provided natural conversation material beyond their usual topics. Eli expressed particular interest in covenant settlement, his questions reflecting natural curiosity about larger community structures they had not experienced since leaving their previous settlement 2 years earlier. Do they have other kids there? How many people live together? Do they have actual school? His inquiries emerged in typical childhood pattern, each question generating 3 more before previous answers could be completely processed, enthusiasm temporarily overriding conversational turn-taking. Nora responded with patient engagement rather than abbreviated dismissal, recognizing the underlying social needs his questions revealed. Based on trading reports, Covenant maintains approximately 20 permanent residents, including several family units with children. They've established basic educational program using salvaged materials and resident knowledge bases. Community structure includes council governance rather than individual authority. These details had been carefully gathered through measured information exchange with travelers and traders over preceding months, part of Nora's ongoing assessment of regional settlement options should their independent establishment prove unsustainable for any reason. Though not immediately applicable, such knowledge provided valuable contingency awareness while addressing Eli's natural interest in wider community structures. As evening deepened toward true night, Their conversation gradually transitioned to planning for the following day's construction activities. Nora sketched modifications to their original design based on materials actually available rather than theoretical inventory, while Eli contributed suggestions reflecting his developing understanding of structural principles and practical considerations. This collaborative planning represented both functional preparation and important affirmation of his growing capacity for meaningful contribution beyond merely following instructions. If we angle the roof pitch slightly more than original design, we could improve both water runoff during radiation storms and potential for adding solar collection panels if we find suitable components during future salvage operations, Nora explained, pencil modifying their simple blueprint spread across the table surface. Her teaching incorporated both immediate construction needs and longer-term settlement development possibilities, building conceptual framework for sustainable planning beyond current project requirements. Eventually, practical consideration of rest requirements asserted priority over continued planning activities. Their evening routine unfolded with familiar comfort, securing entrances with multiple redundant systems, preparing sleeping areas with appropriate seasonal adjustments, and finally their established tradition of reading from their small but precious collection of salvaged books. This particular evening, Eli selected a partially damaged but still readable illustrated guide to constellations, his current fascination involving night sky patterns and their historical significance in navigation. Before modern technological systems had existed, Nora read the accessible portions while supplementing missing sections with knowledge retained from her pre-war education, creating coherent narrative from fragmented text while encouraging his natural curiosity about world systems beyond immediate survival requirements. As their reading concluded and true tiredness began claiming Eli's attention despite his attempts to extend waking hours, Nora completed final security verification before settling beside his sleeping pallet. These quiet moments between activity conclusion and actual sleep had become precious ritual over years of often challenging circumstances, space for reflection and connection beyond practical survival demands. "We're really going to stay here, right, Mom?" Eli asked, his question emerging from the vulnerable space between wakefulness and sleep, where deeper concerns often found voice. Not just for a while, but for actual staying? The question revealed underlying need for stability rarely directly expressed during daylight activities, the fundamental childhood requirement for security and permanence that wasteland conditions made particularly difficult to fulfill. Nora recognized its significance beyond the simple words themselves, hearing the accumulated uncertainty from years of necessary relocation and adaptation beneath the straightforward inquiry. "That's our plan," she confirmed, her tone conveying conviction rather than merely soothing reassurance. "We've chosen this location carefully for sustainable potential. The structural foundation is sound, water access is reliable, defensive parameters are manageable with reasonable enhancement. We're building something meant to last." Her response addressed both literal and emotional components of his question, acknowledging practical factors supporting their settlement decision while affirming the deeper commitment to stability his developing security required. Not empty promise, but reasoned assessment of their situation and deliberate intention for future development. "I like having a real room," Eli murmured, sleep beginning to claim his voice despite efforts to maintain conversation. "And maybe trading with people sometimes, but still our own place." "Our own place," Nora agreed softly, as his breathing gradually settled into sleep rhythm. "With room to grow." As Eli slept, Nora remained wakeful a while longer, her thoughts reviewing their progress with the balanced assessment that had guided their journey since leaving their previous settlement. The partially completed wall frame visible through the interior doorway represented more than mere construction project. It embodied promise made and gradually fulfilled through consistent effort rather than dramatic gesture. Each salvaged board, each carefully placed support, each modified design to accommodate available materials rather than ideal specifications, demonstrated the practical implementation of commitment rather than merely stated intention. The fundamental promise wasn't perfect safety or guaranteed prosperity. Wasteland realities prevented such absolute assurances, regardless of preparation or intention. Rather, her commitment involved creating meaningful foundation for Eli's development despite challenging circumstances, providing stability where possible, skills for adaptation where necessary, and consistent presence regardless of external conditions. Not sheltering him from reality, but offering framework that allowed hope and capability to develop alongside necessary vigilance. Outside their secured dwelling, Commonwealth night progressed through its usual patterns. Distant sounds of nocturnal creatures adapted to radiation-altered environment, occasional whisper of wind across damaged structures, the subtle background radiation signature that environmental awareness never completely filtered from conscious perception. Inside their gradually developing home, Nora finally settled towards sleep herself, practical awareness of tomorrow's construction requirements asserting priority over continued reflection. Their journey towards sustainable settlement remained incomplete, with significant challenges still requiring address before winter's arrival would test their preparations. Water purification systems needed enhancement, defensive measures required further development, and food preservation capacity remained insufficient for extended self-sufficiency. Yet the day's progress, both physical construction, advancement, and potential trading network connection, represented meaningful steps toward viable establishment rather than merely temporary shelter. That the promise continued fulfillment through consistent small actions rather than dramatic resolution, each day's effort contributing to gradually developing stability, each salvaged resource carefully incorporated into sustainable structure, each interaction with potential allies cautiously evaluated for network development. Not the heroic narrative of wasteland legends, but the quieter, more sustainable progression of genuine community building amid challenging circumstances. As Nora drifted towards sleep beside her peacefully resting son, the partially completed room stood as tangible testament to promise kept through practical action, commitment demonstrated through daily effort rather than merely verbal assurance. Tomorrow would bring further construction challenges, potential resource limitations, and the constant vigilance wasteland existence required. Yet the foundation had been established, both literally in their developing structure and figuratively in their approach to rebuilding rather than merely surviving. The promise remained neither complete nor perfectly fulfilled, but actively in process through deliberate, consistent implementation. Each small victory contributing to developing stability, each challenge addressed through reasoned adaptation rather than despair or surrender. Not perfect sanctuary, but meaningful progress towards sustainable existence beyond mere survival, creating space where childhood wonder could persist alongside necessary capability development. In the gentle rhythm of their shared breathing, mother and child rested within the security they had gradually constructed through combined effort. Incomplete yet purposeful, developing rather than static, adapted to wasteland realities without surrendering fundamental commitment to creating genuine home rather than merely temporary shelter. The promise continued unfolding through each brick placed, each wall framed, each small improvement, gradually transforming abandoned ruin into living space designed for both present security and future development. Outside their dwelling, the Commonwealth night continued its ageless progression, stars wheeling overhead as they had for centuries before human devastation, and would for centuries after, regardless of what transpired below. Within their gradually developing home, the promise remained actively in process, neither completely fulfilled nor abandoned to circumstance, but maintained through consistent effort and adaptation to available resources rather than surrender to limitation. Each breath, each heartbeat, each small improvement to their dwelling space affirmed the fundamental commitment that had guided their journey since leaving previous settlement. The promise not of perfect protection, but of unwavering presence, not of guaranteed prosperity, but of shared purpose, not of complete safety, but of meaningful belonging amid wasteland uncertainty. Tomorrow would bring new challenges requiring address, yet the foundation remained solid, both physical structure gradually taking form and deeper commitment sustaining their shared effort toward creating home rather than merely surviving. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.